We'll see how it goes today. I feel like I just started mid-sentence with you guys. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Today is going to be different. We're expecting to actually get on track today. The trial is supposed to happen today. This is going to be at 10:30, the opening statements. I'm going to do my best to not speak too much while you guys are watching. I will put my thoughts out there for you, but I want you guys to be able to hear it. So, like I said, we're streaming from either Court TV and or East Idaho News, and we'll just be watching. It looks like right now, we'll pull it up for you guys. Coming up in about 30 minutes. We've got a timer right here in the top corner, right here. Looks like we've got 28 minutes until the actual trial is up for us. So it is happening as we speak. What we're going to do is let people load in for a minute. Thank you guys for being so patient yesterday. It was definitely different. It shouldn't have been the, 2 minutes that we got, but at least it's on track today. Been seeing your guys' tweets, been like watching you guys interact with the community tab. I love it. I appreciate you guys. And, honestly, I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful for our community, and I'm grateful for all of you guys. With that being said, we've got about 30 minutes, give or take. So what we'll do is we'll hang out for a little bit. I'm planning on just leaving the stream up today like we did yesterday, only this time will actually be just for lunch. What we'll do is we'll let this stream run till the very end of the day. We'll be checking in with other people. We'll be making sure we don't miss anything. And we'll go from there. So I'm excited to see you guys. Good morning. I don't know if it's morning for you guys. I know a lot of you were saying it's early for you. Oh, Milo, I know it's early for you. It's got to be like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock out there. So yeah, we're gonna do this together as a group today, as a community. I'll give you guys my thoughts, and we'll go from there. A lot of you guys did send some emails yesterday. I appreciate you on that. We'll get back to all the emails as soon as we can. We have some people who wanted to be new mods, which I appreciate. If you guys are mods, we appreciate our mods every single time. It's a lot of work to moderate on any channel, and especially when you have just tons and tons and tons of chats going on all at once. So I think it'll be good. Let me know what you guys think is going to happen today with opening statements. I am going to tell you what I think real quick. The real part that I think is really, disturbing to me is that I guess she made it clear in her last interview, Lori, that this is a time now that she can talk about Tylee and JJ. She's going to talk about Tylee and JJ, and she's going to tell the story that she pretty much told me on whatever time or whatever, 2 years ago now, a year ago, I don't even know. But she is going to tell the story of Tylee and JJ. She's going to try to pitch this in court, apparently, and she's going to try to gain sympathy because of this fake story that she has. So with all that being said, we're going to see where this goes. I'm not sure how this is going to play out today. I know there's going to be some crying. I know there's going to be some fake tears. I know there's going to be some antics. So I'm hoping that is looked through the trial. I hope that the jury can see through her, because it's really frustrating. So if you guys, we did watch, I think we reacted to the actual, this last interview she did with Brianna. She did 2. And after the trial was over, she said she didn't expect to lose. She didn't know that was going to happen, and that now she's going to tell Tylee and JJ's story. She's been waiting for a platform. So even though this is about Brandon, it's not going to be about Brandon. At some point, whether it's in closings, middle, whatever she's going to do, at some point, Lori is going to tell the Tylee and JJ story, the fake one that she pitched me on the interview. She has touched on it before. She's touched on it with other people. She's touched on it with, Brianna a little bit. She touched on it with Keith. She just wants to not ever admit what happened. but I think that she is ready to do this. So her fake story, exactly. Her fake story. She cannot wait to tell this story. So I'll give you guys some of my predictions. Like I said, it's going to be a hard thing to hear her talk about again. It's really hurtful to me. It's hurtful to everybody who loves Tylee and JJ, and especially to blame Tylee. Exactly. She's going to. She's going to blame her. And it has nothing to do with this trial. But that's who she is, and that's what she wants to do. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough situation to put through that. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run downstairs real quick. I'll be right back. We have just a few minutes before it starts. We're going to talk. We're going to hang out. Like I said, I'll be right back, and appreciate you guys. Love you. And we'll let more people load in, and we'll get going on the chat as well. All right, guys, we're going to hang out for the rest of the time. I just want to make sure that we have everything set up. We are ready to go. So we are about 15 minutes out from the live feed. I'm going to pull it up here just so we don't miss it. I'm going to be wearing my headphones and everything. We're going to get going. Been reading your guys' chats. Lori just showed up. Wow. So maybe we are a little bit further out. Sorry, did I scare you? I just came out of nowhere. Definitely didn't want to scare you guys. Sorry. Fix this. There we go. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I really don't know what's going to happen. I am planning on her making this difficult, dragging her feet. And like I said, I will try to slow it down and just tell you my thoughts. If I'm talking too much over, I will make sure to not do that. I want you guys to be able to hear court. I don't want it to just be me. And I don't really want to pause it too much because I don't want you guys to miss it. So what we'll do is we'll live watch it. We'll have a conversation and we'll just let it go and let it ride. Colby, I have a question for a long time. Do you know if Chad's children still stand behind him and believe he is innocent? So I've never met them. I don't know what their belief system is on him. I don't know if he's got his hook in them. I don't know if he's, putting himself in a position of still isolating them. I don't know if Chad, what kind of, I don't know what kind of hold he has on his kids. What's really sad when we talked about it the other day is you have to some point, at one point, you have to look at the situation for what it is. No matter how much you love your parent or no matter how much you wish it wasn't true, it is. And at some point, you'd have to look at the evidence and be willing to accept the situation for what it is. The only way you can pitch, his kids can pitch that he's innocent is to say basically that he is framed and none of the court stuff's real and that nothing that has been said or proven is true. And supposedly that, he never did a thing wrong. That would be the only way that they have gone this long, is basically just say court's wrong, everybody's wrong, and force feed yourself this idea that your dad was framed. But in my opinion, without any evidence, without knowing them, and without ever speaking to them, I would say yes. I would say that they probably still talk to him and probably still communicate on a regular basis. And if you want to use the truth, the word truth, they just believe that he was framed. That's what they said in their interview. So I'm going off of what I know from their own mouths, because in an interview, you can be asked questions and you can be forced to kind of say things you didn't want to based off the question if you're not strong enough to bounce back on your own. But they were given a lot of options and there's a lot of them. And so it was, 5 versus 1 interviewer. And they all could have said what they wanted and they all said he was framed. So, yeah. I don't know. I think if you want the truth, it's probably easier that they believe that he didn't do it, because then you don't have to deal with the grief and they're still going to talk to him and you can miss him and there's no effect for them. So that's how I look at it. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's, the reality or not, but we look at it from a perspective of truth and reality. And unfortunately, that is what they are doing. That's where they stand with it. I would really hope, though, at some point that they're able to go through their own and just look at the evidence. Don't force yourself to believe that. 15 jurors now. I'm going to keep these updates on too. I'm going to go to X. Let's see what the plan is here. There's a lot going on here. Okay, so 1 minute ago, Nate Eaton reported on X, Boresky is on the headset, or Bursky, I don't know, I think it's Boresky, is on headset. Lori is on headset. Prosecutors are on headset. Jurors are not in the courtroom as of yet. 13-second goes. Jurors are being brought in. Maricopa County Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Trina Kay will be giving an opening statement. Lori's paralegal just walked in. That's 13 seconds ago. Wow, we're getting live updates from Nate on literal as we're speaking. So we have jurors. The paralegals are in there. Love this judge. Yeah, he is hilarious. HTC said the opening statements are starting now. Yep. So we've got people in the courtroom. I've got some people in the courtroom as well. Basically, what we're doing is we don't have all the information. That's why we're going to watch the delay on all of this. So even if I'm not there and we're streaming, then we'll just watch it together and watch the delay because that's fine with me. I do want to know how he's going to handle a second trial now. Yes, it's the same judge. So here's what happened, and you guys know this, but for anybody who doesn't know on this trial. So Lori tried to get the judge fired, basically, or taken off the case, whatever you want to call it. They had a meeting with the judge's boss, so Judge Boresky's boss, to rule if he was biased against Lori and that he would basically just not be on the case. The boss ruled that Judge Boresky, was not biased, and then when Lori was trying to push it out for a while because she was sick, he said, I don't care if you push this out till August, I'm still going to be the judge. So she can't escape him, but she tried to get him removed, literally, and said that he was prejudiced against her for her religious beliefs. That chick channel, I give nicknames to people I like. Your nickname is Askcolbyj or C Money. I love it. You tell me. Askcolbyj is crazy. Askcolbyj is crazy. That sounds so hard. I love it. Askcolbyj. That one's nice. I like that. But if you like C Money, that's fine too. That's funny, bro. So the delay is 30 minutes. So we've got, if you can see it, I'll make it bigger for you guys real quick. See that top right corner? We've got 7 minutes until it's supposed to be live stream. Askcolbyj, that is tough, dude. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That one, Kelsey knows that she can tell I like that one. That is nice. I can't even lie to you. I love it. Colby, why would a Jeep window be important if it's a conspiracy? Yeah, I don't know. It would be the Tesla. Yeah. The Jeep doesn't, I don't think the Jeep has any markers on it. It's Brandon's Tesla that got shot. Brandon, so you guys know why we're here, but in case you're new or don't know, you're watching for the first time, Brandon Boudreaux is my cousin, and he was driving home from the gym, and they had, presumably Alex and possibly someone else. We don't know yet. We're going to find out. But Alex tried to shoot Brandon on his way into his house from the gym and shot his Tesla door on the driver's side about right here. So barely missed his head. And so when we go through this trial, we are going to be going through the evidence of the planning. I'm sure they have tons of text of the planning. I'm sure that they have tons of evidence on who was behind Brandon's shooting. So we'll see what happens. Lori's going to make it about Tylee somehow. So we'll see what happens because, again, Tylee has nothing to do with this. Tylee had nothing to do with what happened with Charles, really, other than the bat part. And Lori has spent so much time. It's Tylee's the central point, and it hurts a lot because Tylee somehow always blamed. It's almost like everything's supposedly Tylee's fault, according to Lori. And she's going to come up in this trial again. Lori can't get over it. And Lori will cry for herself, but she has no feelings for her own daughter. That tells you everything right there. Yeah, exactly. They used her Jeep. They used Tylee's Jeep to try to shoot Brandon. So that tells you everything. So Tylee had her life taken, and then they tried to take Brandon's life in her Jeep because I think they didn't know. I don't know if Brandon knew about Tylee's Jeep. That could have been the reason why. There had to be some reason. Maybe it was the back gate thing. Maybe the whole reason that they used, and tinted windows. Man, this is a crazy situation to be talking about, man. That's really sad. You're exactly right. But took her life and then used her car to try to take someone else's life because it had a back gate and tinted windows. So it's all going to come up right now, man. These opening statements, Lori's going to cry, and I'll bet you anything right now. Lori brings up Tylee right now in opening statements. I don't know how she fits in, but she's going to bring her up somehow. Yeah, it was Tylee's Jeep that they used. The thing is, she used her Jeep. We'll say with Tylee. Yeah, she might even say it was Tylee, even though Tylee had her life taken. That's how insane she is. Exactly right. Yeah, exactly. Nanny, I love that. Flood the chat. Pink hearts. Oh, I will. I'll let you guys know this, and I appreciate you guys a lot. I'm gonna read this in a second, Tess. If it's too much, I'll let you guys know where I'm at. I have no problem being honest with you. I love our streams. I love our time together. But if it really, really is too much for me to bear, I will let you know. I promise. Love the pink hearts, guys. Don't make me cry before freaking court starts. I appreciate you guys. That's really sweet of you to do that. Juror 10 was an elderly veteran with PTSS. He had an episode last night on the way home. He was excused by Judge Boreski. Poor guy. My dad is a Vietnam vet. They hold a lot of trauma. Exactly. I think we need to understand these are normal human beings being called into be traumatized. I feel for every juror, the things you have to see as a juror hurt, and they can change your life because you see things that you can't forget. Yeah, that's really sad, and I feel for him. I hope he's okay. I'm glad he's not going to be more traumatized because it is traumatizing. What's DBT? Am I missing that? I see you using DBT skills in your video. What's that? I like reading your guys' chats. Yep. I think we all deserved better, but they're the ones that are the true victims. I'm just the victim of the trauma of what happened to them. It's a very different kind of trauma. I can't ever put myself in like Brandon's shoes and Tylee's shoes, Charles's or JJ's, because I didn't experience that. I didn't have to go through that. We got you, Colby. Justice for Brandon. God knows all, saw all, and will judge all. Exactly. Thank you for your chat, and I love that. You're exactly right. All right, guys. Looks like we're getting close. See if there's any sound on this. Oh, nope. We haven't got no sound yet. When it does start, we will know. Appreciate you guys. You know we love you. Thank you for being on the live. Good to see you guys. Like I said, when it comes to like breaks or lunch, we can either hang out or maybe we will spend our time just we'll see. We'll see if we're hanging out. We'll see what we're doing. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. But I will leave this stream up most of the day. If it does go to 4 o'clock, it goes to 4 o'clock. We'll be here. We're, like I said, behind, so maybe 4:30. What I'll do is the same thing. I'll just leave you guys with the screen. We'll leave our chat. We'll leave it as is. That way you don't have to go back and forth and restart and keep going. So we'll do that. That's a good question. I want to know too. What did DBT mean? I hope it's not a prank, because you would have got me bad. Because I opened up the door on that one. DBT in the videos. DBT. Now it's a mystery. Happy birthday, Sharon. Happy birthday. Hello, Colby. Hope to meet you at CrimeCon. Oh, I'd love to see you, Grandma B. I hope you're there. Huh. What is that? You're gonna have me out here. You're gonna have me out here just thinking all day. What is it, guys? Define it for me. I'll probably go to court. I just saw that, Mama Bear. I'll probably go at some point. Depends on how it goes. It's a slow. You guys all look at it. I love it. The chat's flooding with it. What's up, Brian? But yeah, if you guys are going to go to CrimeCon, I posted for you guys yesterday. Nate gave me a discount code for you guys if you're going to go. The discount code was something like Eaton, and it gives you 10% off. I hope to see as many of you as possible there. I'd love to be able to hang out. I know that that's a lot to ask of anybody to go all the way to Colorado if you're not from there. But if you are going, I'm going to meet you. I think we're going to spend some time after talking, and I think there's going to be a place for us to do that. So I'd love to meet you, love to take pictures with you, because I've had a lot of people who are, you guys, first of all, it's incredible. It's incredible to meet people. It's incredible to get to know you for real. And like I told you, I know you're real people. I know that we're connecting. I know this is a reality. And so I just want you to know that I do appreciate you. Okay. We got a definition. Hold on. I love this. A type of talk therapy that helps individuals develop skills to regulate emotions, improve interpersonal relationships, and tolerate distress. Wow. I didn't know I was doing that. I had DBT therapy and eventually did EMDR for CPTSD. Yeah. So I'll be honest with you. I have done a lot of work on that stuff, but it is something that I think is just happening also naturally. So it's along with the work, and it's definitely something that I've developed, and I think you guys can see we've developed it together. I'm going to answer this and then answer this one. BTA is talk therapy. It helps you deal with trauma, manage emotions, and regulate behavior, and improve relations. Love from Brazil. Yeah, and you know what, guys? One of the things we're trying to promote on this channel constantly is just wellness for yourself. You guys know how much I talk about physical wellness, but the mental wellness, resetting. I'll be honest with you, after moving, after all of this stuff that's been going on, this is a time in my life where like I want to use the word flare up correctly, but it's almost like that, like something like flare up all of a sudden, because everything starts happening. It's just like a season and it's this time. And so I start to get overwhelmed, and, my brain's trying to regulate while being overwhelmed by life. And so, Kelsey and I just had a conversation today that kind of recentered us. And, things get away from me sometimes too. And so it really is just a matter of speaking and mental fortitude of just like resetting. It's just mental. And I posted that for you guys on Instagram not too long ago, really remembering that like most of your life is mental. And to get to a better place, you have to accept your situation. You have to be able to move forward. You have to have people that love you around you. And then just give yourself some love and grace. You know what I mean? Rachel, hoping to get to CrimeCon. I would love to meet you and continue to share Micaiah's story of hope after tragedy. Rachel, we're still going to talk about Micaiah, I promise. Or Malachi's, I'm sorry. Malachi's story. I promise. That'd be definitely something that I want to spend the right amount of time on. Oh, appreciate you, Monica. We do have a lot of stories too that people have emailed us of inspiration. And I want to do the justice to them and spend time showing, these amazing other stories that you guys have emailed in to us. By the way, if you need the email, I'm going to post it for you guys. A lot of people ask what it is. I'm going to just type it in here for you really quickly so you have it. If you want to be a mod as well, give us an email. All right, here we go, guys. Got the sound on. They haven't unmuted on their side. This is the email for you guys. If you want to email me, send me an email. I'll spend some time trying to get to them as well. You guys are doing incredible as well in your life. We're all here to support each other. We're here to support Brandon, even if he doesn't know it. I'll make sure to give him a big hug from you guys as well. Make Ray a mod. I love it. He needs a little wrench on his name, doesn't he? I'm scared what Ray will do. What if Ray goes diabolical on it? What if Ray starts doing stuff he's not supposed to do? Then I'm gonna have to kick him out. Let's see what state she shows up in today. What antics there are. Ray goes rogue. He does go rogue. I'm scared of that guy with a wrench. Who knows what he would do? All right, here we go. Remember, guys, this is delayed. If there are any tweets or anything, let's just try to be respectful together. I want us to be able to talk and react through it. I know there's a lot of people there reporting live. If you don't mind just letting us enjoy this, I guess the word enjoy is the worst word I could use. Let us watch this without spoiling it because we're going to talk through everything. So let us just have this time without any spoilers. Let's call them spoilers, just in case. Okay. Absorb it. There you go. Time to process. And that's the thing. We're on the delay, but there's obviously people who have already experienced all of this. The delay is 30 minutes, which is a long time. A lot can happen in 30 minutes. There you go. So just no spoilers in the chat. If you guys would just be respectful, if you have something to say, I don't mind you saying it. I just don't want us to be spoiling things for everybody else. You know how basketball people will draw a foul. I feel like Lori's trying to draw a mistrial. Well, that's the thing. If she actually tries to do this and get a mistrial, it's on her. And she'd still have to do it. I don't think they're just going to just move on. So, I don't know. Appreciate you guys. 100% Ray is a hero. 100%. Yeah. This is a combination you could have never expected. those two together, they make me laugh a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Their dynamic is wild because it's like a parent and a child. We still got to get the blackout curtains up here because the light is changing like crazy. Tam says, I pray for your strength through this trial and your life, Colby. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, guys. That's a great point, Sarah. That is a great point. This is not about winning. You don't have anything to win. Even if she is proven innocent at the end of this, that what do you get out of that? Absolutely nothing. Yes, we're 30 minutes behind. That's just how it works. So I think what happened in the beginning is they had to, man, that light is changing like crazy. They had to pick a delay in case anything happens that is said or done in court that they do not want broadcasted. That's why I think there's a delay. And I think it's pretty good sense as well. Oh my gosh. Nate Eaton 1 minute ago. Melanie knew Brandon had her kids in the morning of the shooting. They were going to do childcare exchange after taking the kids to school. After Brandon left the house to drop off the kids, the Idaho burner phone moves his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running and waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know is that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids at school. Oh my gosh. Oh, there you go. It's happening. We're going to see how this goes, man. Feels like she hasn't walked in and has taken 10 years. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about it. I just read it. I just read it without even thinking about it. Good point. Man, this is taking a long time. What do I drink? What's in the cup? That's a great question. They asked Little Wayne what's in the cup. They asked me what's in the cup. This is Rise pre-workout. I have some ghosts downstairs. This is just a tiny little bit. It's the my favorite candy is the sour. Why do I always mess it up? Sour Punch straws, and it's Sour Punch straws, green apple. I like the blue ones better, but that's what's in here. Do you think she's having a meltdown? I wonder. By the way, I turned off Twitter because I was the one that said no spoilers, and I read it out loud without thinking about it. So I turned off Twitter. Sorry about that. Just the second I saw it, I read it. Okay, here we go. Kelsey said, you just said no spoilers. And then I read that. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. Oh, false alarm, huh? They just shut the door. Ice cold, ice cold. I love that. That is cold. There you go. Perfectly fine. Where's the sound on here, bro? You guys getting sound yet? They haven't turned it on, I think. Man, they are taking their sweet, sweet time on this, huh? This is taking a while. No sound yet. Okay. This is not what I thought it was going to be. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know what's going on. This is always a really, really long. She did not walk in with her wheelchair today, apparently. I just thought that was really disrespectful. I know we spent a lot of time talking about that specific thing. The reality is that she is fine. She was sick. We've all been sick. We've all been there. The reality is just that she has to understand that people who really need a wheelchair, versus feeling sick and maybe nauseous is just such a night and day thing. What I think happened was she refused to go. And so instead of them being like, okay, we'll physically carry you out, they're like, fine, we'll get you a wheelchair and we'll get done. They going here? Are we going to get sound here? Are we ever going to know what's going on? They haven't started. So now he's got headphones on. They've got headphones on. She's talking. Let's see if this looks better for us. Do you guys like the bigger screen like this, or do you like this? You tell me. Just say big screen or little screen. You guys like the big screen? Okay, let's do that so you guys can see it. Is that better? Okay, we'll leave it like that so you guys can see it. They're still sidebarring about something. Sometimes I think we just forget how slow and long it takes to do court proceedings. Let me see if I can put myself. Let's check out the different formats here. I can go down here. How's that? If you guys like it bigger like that, we can leave it like that. Appreciate you. Okay, as long as you guys like that, that's fine for me. Man, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. All right, looks like we're going to finally start.
All right, let's go ahead and bring
There
in
we
the
go.
jury. We'll commence with the opening statements.
All right, guys, here we go. And Lori's whispering. Yep, there you go, buddy. Turn it off. You gotta press the button every time. You've done this a few times, haven't you?
We'll have access to email right now.
How long till the foot shot?
Okay, so maybe an email can be sent to Mr. White to see if, or even your paralegal that's now walking in could see if there's some way to coordinate picking up any documents that are needed. Or if they could even be digitally emailed over. If you need assistance printing them, we can do that too.
Let me see if I can turn it up for you guys. It's full volume. It's pretty quiet. Okay, jury's in. Yeah, they muted it, guys. I don't know what's going on with it. Oh, sorry.
See, we have
I pressed the button, motherfricker. That was my fault.
extra
Sorry.
jurors just in case someone can't proceed, which you observe that we already had to use or let one juror go. At this time, the state can proceed with its opening statement.
Here we go.
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark
What is that?
tint.
What is
was
that
parked
cone?
right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway. Title. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto his street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him, and then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona. So he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators, to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux.
My gosh, bro.
I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona.
I'll go like that. Now we were separate. That's plenty. We were not.
You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep.
We'll talk about that later. Elephant in the room.
You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it.
Thank you, Paula.
And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart Superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each have their own cell phone like most of us do. And that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. It's a great, you'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots.
Oh my gosh, you Google it, you dumbass.
The day before on October 1st,
he didn't know what he was doing.
October 2nd,
what an absolute moron.
3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account. longtimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler.
Oh my gosh.
And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video.
Oh my
This
gosh.
defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from them on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that
100%.
Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho.
You're so stupid.
This was Lori Vallow's third mistake.
They're
More
such
evidence
idiots.
that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this
Yes.
shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona?
Dumber, and dumbest.
Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when this shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into
Holy
the storage
crap,
unit.
bro. That was one of the first videos I ever saw of them together, was them in the storage unit.
Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Falls Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence.
Oh my
and
gosh.
begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually.
She really
look
is
into his
incredible at
rearview
her
mirror
job.
to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it.
Right.
Alex fired 1 shot.
F the storm.
Luckily, he did not hit Brandon.
Yes.
You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the
Mhm.
time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle,
Mhm.
but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head
Literally.
when he was sitting in that driver's seat.
Literally right above his head.
You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in
Almost
park,
everything.
the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, and he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day, and so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox.
She's a transcriber, so I think she's just speaking
Again,
what's
you'll hear
happening.
that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Valance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband.
Yep, soon to be, very quickly.
The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux.
She thinks it's funny.
October 2nd, 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon.
I agree with you,
She provided
Tammy.
the means, the Jeep. She helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Wow, dude. That
Would the defense like to give an opening
It's
statement at this
freaking
time?
over. It's over. There's nothing she can say that refutes this. Oh gosh. Here we go. I thought you were so sick you couldn't walk. Smiling it up, huh? Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
Yes.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So,
Come on,
go ahead.
Lori. You're supposed to be a lawyer.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges a defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the
I'm
defendant
going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor, improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration.
Come
And
on,
the
dude.
prior
You don't
proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
You can't even make an opening statement.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of
A
what happened.
hypothesis. They have the evidence, you dummy.
In this case, the prosecutor
It's
was
not a
not
hypothesis.
present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job.
They just
They are
destroyed you
not
with
witness
evidence.
to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred.
There's a bullet in his
This
door.
case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions.
Oh my
Judas
gosh.
conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for
I'm going to
30 pieces of silver.
object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
I agree.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon.
Oh
In fact,
my
Brandon and I had a
gosh.
very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I
Can you
first
imagine
met
being
Brandon
Brandon
when he was
hearing that?
marrying my niece, Melanie.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold on.
testifying.
Can I have the parties approach briefly?
Yes. Okay.
Can I
She just brought
approach
up
briefly?
two biblical. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm going to lose my mind here. Give me a second to go big. Okay. Let me get big on you. She just used two biblical examples of two people who committed murder. Two examples, Judas and Cain. Cain killed his brother and Judas got Jesus killed. Are you dumb? They conspired. You're using that as an example, but you actually have the receipts of what Alex did, your text, and what was going on. This is, again, we're back to square one. Did you see it with your ear? Yes. Do you see it with your... They weren't there. They weren't there.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old.
Irrelevant.
So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece.
Irrelevant.
So our families remained close. Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all four of their children. I was also very close to all four of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon?
Is that
That is
funny?
news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911 and Gilbert police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep. And
He
then
got
offers
shot
the
at.
officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreaux. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will
She's
find out
sounding
that
like a
after that
prophet.
event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My
tried to
niece,
kill
Melanie
someone.
Boudreaux, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However,
Yes.
she has not been charged with the
I'm
crime.
going to object
But
to
I
Yeah.
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Yep.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
She's so bad at doing this.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this.
No, they're not getting away with it.
He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several
Maybe.
co-conspirators in this case,
You would hope not.
I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going to
a
object to misstatement
crime-
of the law in terms of 100%.
All right. Again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
the state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made
I
an
hope so.
agreement with my brother to murder Brandon.
She looks
So
horrible.
you
You're
will
right.
decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I
Dumber
want you
than
to look
dirt.
carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn
Yeah,
that
Brandon shot
knew how to
himself,
shoot
you
his gun.
dumbass.
You will
Oh
learn
my-
that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to
Oh
ask
my
to
gosh.
object and strike that.
What's up,
There's
Brandon?
Sustained, the jury, in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, you just exactly. Contradictions are out of this world.
You
Can't
will
even
hear many
walk straight.
references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I'm going to object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
Yep. She literally
And
cannot
you, the
pick a
jury,
lane.
are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent.
Okay.
In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known.
Thank you. Thesaurus. Shut up.
During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
For
I'm
what
going
a
to
fact
object to
really
argument.
is.
What did the lady with the cone say? She yelled out.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was
Wow.
feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement. You.
Thank you, Misty.
So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense.
Logic.
What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain?
You stupid
I'm a
ass.
person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone.
I'm gonna crash out on this
Not
live.
even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
You are dumb as dirt.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
Thank you. And no matter what I've done, I am a good person. Shut
All
the
right, the state
F
can
up.
call its first witness.
Thank you. The state will call Brandon Boudreaux.
Oh, Shinola. Right off the bat. Oh,
Your
Mr.
Honor, could we have
Boudreaux,
a,
You're going to come up here and be sworn in by the
all right, Brandon.
clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name?
Oh my gosh, bro. I literally have goosebumps all over my body right now. Oh, I like literally got the full chills.
You do solemnly swear.
This is the moment.
Give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, sir, go around the court reporter. Have a seat up here to my left.
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier?
Mhm.
The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
You got this, Brandon. You don't deserve to be here, brother.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And if you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you,
It's
Brandon?
okay, Brandon.
I'm 40 years old.
Take a deep breath, man.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay. I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about your prior marriage. When did you get married initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
And who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time, she became Boudreaux.
How long were you and Melanie married?
Me too.
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We have 4.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October.
Okay.
So after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
And did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And how often would you see Lori Vallow
I know.
and her family?
Pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close, so it wouldn't be unordinary to see each other every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
Correct, yes.
And before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him. Usually at a family get-together.
Did you know
Appreciate you
anyone
guys.
by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between Melanie, your ex-wife, and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going into what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to your grandfather's funeral,
Yes,
and then
I don't think
it
she should.
changed into something different.
it did, yes.
She's too scared.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me. I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer. Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument. It started in the afternoon and went past midnight. And as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up. And one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay. And that one stuck out because Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. I was married and we had 4 kids. So
There's no what is that even? Why?
Did
Why
you
she say
ever
that?
hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
it didn't come up in that specific argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer. But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes, I am.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place that's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. You know, it's the idea of trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader, just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess, to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about, you know, trying to get closer to God in that space, and am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred.
If someone's temple recommend is removed who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like, personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
Okay. When you are having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
Wow.
You know, it began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that me feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else to do something that they weren't comfortable with. And then it was just really painful, because the rest of it there's a lot of frustration that comes from, at the end of it, she was asking for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And, you know, I had 4 kids and this was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
Shit.
Did you, having spoken with Melanie, feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them, because I wanted them to understand the gravity. You know, this is my family. This is my kids. This changes the rest of their lives. You know, it's not just whatever was going on for those two.
So you told us that you just mentioned that you actually sent a text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening?
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why did you text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know, honestly, just hope, I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her.
Yes.
Your Honor, I've shown the defendant Exhibit 122. I'd like to have my paralegal bring that up.
I just feel for Brandon, bro. I want
you to look at Exhibit 122. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those messages that you sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
If I may publish.
You can just see the pain on his face, bro. I just know exactly how much he's
Brendan,
having.
just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did. Yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 p.m. The first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
Wow.
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away, and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie to her about something like this. I gave you a blessing when you're at your worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't believe me when I have done nothing. This is on your heads to make it right.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No.
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 p.m., same day, September 25th?
Yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay. Did she respond to you then?
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
I can feel his pain. Very tangible.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
after that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There's always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Did you want to get divorced?
No,
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie decide to go forward with the divorce?
We used a mediator.
How does that work?
You have
Yep.
choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well. And as you go through that divorce process, you really discuss two key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And you're very I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of guide you to make sure you're covering all your bases and you're thinking about the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials, all of those things.
At that time, what were the ages of your kids? I know, I got to go back a few years. So in 2019,
Braxton would have been 9. And then I would add a 5-year-old and what would like be 2000? A 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
and you told us that you started to see a mediator sort of in July of 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her Temple Recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing it at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time was a concern. So we agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it's sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July, around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not.
Love you, Dawn.
Mid-July?
Yeah, mid-July.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house and you were staying in sort of I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably.
For yourself?
Yeah, for me to move into so that we could then do our joint 50-50 custody with our kids.
Oh my gosh, bro. I feel all
Did you
this
find a
pain.
house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to, we had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient for each of us. And I also tried to move close to where I had before I had built the home that we had. I had lived in that same neighborhood. So I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Did you sign a lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up. So like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the community house supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
Yep. They all did.
It was going to be split between me and Melanie, and it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over to her.
Okay. So at some point, did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes. I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children. That was hard for me. You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that.
You'll be drunk if you're drinking
so she had
alcohol.
offered, she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited, and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get it ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
During the mediation, had you and Melanie come up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I think insurance and
I
all
worked,
his money.
So she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked. Did Melanie work?
She did not.
So Melanie
She
kind
is
of
doing a
just
really
tells
good
you
job.
she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, about a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of jumped after it, and then one other friend found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move, and they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
Now, you told us that part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide it to her?
Yes, I did.
You think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I had said I would give her my address always. We had to drop each other the kids, so she had to know where I lived.
Okay. You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like out of secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address.
Yes,
And then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move.
correct.
So they knew your address. And then you said one of your friends helped you move.
And he brought another friend, so 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address.
Yes,
Shown defense counsel 123. If I can have my paralegal approach.
Appreciate you, Mimi.
Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those the text message between you and Melanie where where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of 2019?
Yeah, he's gonna be out there
It
for
is.
a while.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
123 is admitted.
The state will move to publish.
Go ahead.
Yep.
So again, you told us that you had provided your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Yes.
And so Melanie texted you on September 17th at 10 in the morning. What's your new address?
That's correct.
And a few minutes later, 27 minutes later, you provided her 3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
They muted it.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona. Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about your friend that helped you move, the two people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
So on September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids, were the only people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
Guys, it's going
So
down.
on September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my
Appreciate you, Liz.
And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening.
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Okay.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then, I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up, you make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed, you feed them. Got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right, so you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Are they in the same school?
Yes.
And So that leaves 2 other kids.
Yes.
What did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie. And then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's.
This is a lot to
She
palate.
didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when you left the house that morning to start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50. That's
And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
it was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house. So we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive
she
the
doesn't
rest of the way
care.
to their mom's house and at the park, and drop at the park right there by her house. And then I would go drop Blake at his school.
So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you do that morning?
I did.
Oh my gosh.
And then you said you would kind of just once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then let your youngest go to her?
Of course. Yeah.
Show Defense Counsel Exhibit 124.
I just secondhand PTSD for Brandon. I still look around my house every time I come home. Everywhere I go, my head's on a swivel from hearing what happened to Brandon and other cases. But yeah,
Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And are they from October 2nd of 2019 around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know
100%.
you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124 is admitted.
She'll probably cross.
I may publish.
She'll cross with kind of how she was with Kay, possibly just were you. Well, actually, she can literally say you were there.
So do we see here on October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up,
Correct.
and then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute?
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long? Well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was it was midway between her and my Phelps house.
Okay. And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October of 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Okay. 2-door, 4-door?
4-door. It's
Okay.
like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
2 years.
I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
Okay. So Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had had it when you two were together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it
Appreciate you.
as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
Yes, he was
And
spared by
you
God.
drove
Exactly.
that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles.
Nope.
They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
They drive a little different than gas cars.
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops.
It will go to a
Yeah,
stop.
it can be very abrupt. It can feel
Okay.
like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built in to automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It
Yes.
had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it would just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you programmed that feature at the Phelps house?
I did, yes.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't even have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already. So every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you.
Yes.
There's no reason to object.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the driver's door of your Tesla.
Here we go.
In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Appreciate you guys.
I'm just send it exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach.
Yeah, we'll see if she comes in with that stupid voice. She's not going to cross till after lunch, apparently, because it's going to obviously
Do you
be
recognize
a while.
what that photo is?
That's a photo of my car.
And does that show the door itself without the glass, but the frame of the door?
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door, or
Oh
when
my
I put my car in
gosh.
park.
There it is right there, on the ground. Oh, Brandon.
I want to talk
It's
to
so
you
scary.
about that morning of October 2nd. You drop off your youngest with Melanie. What did you said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course?
Yeah.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
Oh my gosh.
What was your plan that
Here
morning?
we go.
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving you're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door
I'm
up.
sure they are.
And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
Well, it was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to the van. And it was like the back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so you just wouldn't think anyone would choose to park like that. So it kind of stood out to you right as you came around that corner. I noticed it had a Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was and no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of that stood out, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I remember thinking my neighbor must know somebody from Texas. Cause I'm new, I don't know anybody yet. And I was like, and man, they parked awkward, like that's a really crappy park job.
Me too, Ruth.
So that we understand, was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes,
And so when you come around the corner, you're seeing the back of the Jeep.
correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
So you recognize that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No,
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
correct.
When you were coming in and sort of slowing down, what do you see happen?
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle.
Because it's trauma.
I hear a bang. And your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. All that happened in like the snap of a finger. And so I just immediately thought someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle. So I hit the accelerator and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger. And
Let me
then,
have you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
yeah, I'm sorry. I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle?
You
What are we
couldn't
talking
really
It
about?
looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, possibly like there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something, because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay. Have you shot guns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns.
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window enough that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
you.
We're going to do a video on Alex soon.
You said
'cause
you
this is
heard
nuts.
something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang, gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before.
Lots of gunshots. Yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes.
And you said then your window shattered.
Correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. So I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever, shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that, but I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that's, and I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, I mean, I remember having a hard time breathing, just feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And then I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere. Maybe they did, maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this.
Yeah.
You have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud, and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. That's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No.
Were you thinking clearly at that point when you're thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind.
Yeah.
But it was a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
You called 911 and you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner, and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
That's insane.
Show defense maps.
This is so insane. He's living his trauma, guys. Trying to remember those details. It's etched in your brain, but you're also scared. You feel the pain when you talk about it. This is a moment, a life-changing moment. There's life before this event and after this event for him.
I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 1 and 3. Can you look at those 2 exhibits and tell me if you recognize them as maps of the neighborhood, a closer up, as well as a further away map of your Phelps Street address and the streets around it?
Correct. Yes, they are.
And those are sort of accurate maps of that whole area.
Yeah, I'd say they're accurate.
State would move to admit exhibits 1 and 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
1 and 3 are admitted. After you publish, let's recess.
Okay, so we're about to go to recess, guys. Like I told you, we're going to keep this on
We'll
our stream.
start with 1. Actually, I think it's this way. When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at
Yes.
that time? And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us
100%.
how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. I would have gone up.
Can you pull out just a little bit?
I would have come around where the map kind of starts there. Yeah, where your pen was. If you go down to that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the license plate?
It was a Texas plate.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
After the shooting, you told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting Exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here.
He's doing a great job, guys.
So we see
Not easy. Been up there for like almost
Phelps
an
Street.
hour.
Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that
Okay.
pool where that little walkway is, right on the,
So
Yeah.
you parked right near the pool here.
yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, then it made a right on Waite when it saw me, and then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is. There's no name on it.
Just kick my
And
own
then
camera.
I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road. So I knew where they had to have gone, because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street drive and go around on Francis and then go out onto Pecos. And so that's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that it had exited out onto Pecos.
So basically, the only 2 ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up Cole, where they would have had to go past you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through
Yeah, it
this
was a
neighborhood.
long time
Yes.
ago.
Going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. Please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
Okay. I almost stood up. I've been in court so many times with them. It's hard to not stand up. I almost stood up. All right. She doesn't care at all. So, frick her. Wow, guys. Brandon's doing an incredible job. I'm really proud of him. Really, really proud of him. They said 1 p.m., but we're 30 minutes behind. So when they start, we'll be out.
Do you have a rough estimate of how much more direct on this witness?
What happened here?
Probably
I think they were supposed to mute it.
30 to 45 minutes. We have a 911 call to play, but
Okay. Do you have an update for me on obtaining documents from your investigator?
So guys, we're behind right now because we're 30 minutes delayed. Okay, so they finally muted it. It sounds like nope.
So
Oh,
I
they're still
can't
going.
personally communicate with him during lunch break, so I'll have them check into it. And
I guess I didn't know if advisory council or your paralegal were able to contact him via email while this was going on this morning.
You did when you asked me.
Did they mute it? I don't understand what's happening right now. They're still talking. I'm very confused what's happening right now.
they did email him, but there's been no response yet.
All right, if anyone gets in contact with him and identifies what documents are needed, obviously if you email those to our staff, we'd be happy to print them out for you.
It's very heavy. You're exactly right.
Please let me know with any updates.
I almost clicked off for us.
You have identifiable specific documents, and have you attempted to contact him on what that is that you need here this afternoon?
If I can meet with my team right after this, I'll make sure that they have a list of everything
Okay.
so that we can.
I don't know if we're supposed to be watching this.
Recess till 1 o'clock.
That was confusing. All right, guys. So unbelievable. Brandon's pain is deeply, deeply felt. I really feel his pain. I know he's experiencing that trauma all over again, and it really hurts. So what it is they said they're going to resume at 1 o'clock, but it's 12:30 for us. So we're just now seeing their break. They're going to start at 1. We'll be back at 1:30 because it's an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up our screen. I'll probably come back a little early. I'm going to go process that real quick so I can give you guys my thoughts before we hop back in. I have a lot to say about that. Just give me a couple minutes to just think. That was really, really heavy. I appreciate you guys being so patient and loving, and you guys are incredible. Thank you for being here. Again, I'm going to go take a minute. We're going to jump back in our live. The actual court stream will start back up at 1:30. Okay. So that's the point. We will have, an hour. So I'll come back before that. We'll talk, we'll hang out. I appreciate you. Love you. I'm leaving the stream up as is. So you guys don't have to click off if you want to. You're welcome to do whatever you want to do. But I'm not turning our stream off. So we're just going to leave it. I'll put up this and leave it to it. So love you guys. I'll hop in the chat in a minute and then I'll tell you when I'm coming back on. Love you guys. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Hope I don't scare you. Last time everybody said they got terrified when I was hopping back on. We got some weird lighting going on. Can't figure out. Well, I know why. Because we don't have our blackout curtains yet. So the sunlight's coming in, changing our lighting. It's making it look wild. It's good to see you guys. A lot has happened during lunch. Tried to stay off of X as much as possible. What I'll say is I saw one thing, and sorry guys, I know you had a black screen, and then you hear my voice. I'm not gonna say anything. I just know one thing that happened. That's it. Sorry, my bad, guys. I'm sorry. Just out of nowhere. I didn't know how to come in soft here. Okay. They call me ice cold out here. They call me ice cold, huh? Yeah. So we'll fix this lighting because this is not what it actually looks like in here. So we've got about less than 10 minutes. What we're going to do is kind of go through what just happened with Brandon. Honestly, that was hard to watch. To hear his perspective, to know exactly what he was thinking from his mouth, watching him stand in front of Lori. That was hard. That was hard to watch. I feel for him. I feel for his kids. I feel for his new wife. Because it's the type of trauma that just doesn't go away. You can get better, you can heal, but you have a scar. So that's how you have to look at pain, I think, in life. It's just there's scars. So with all that being said, I have no idea what Lori thinks that's going to happen here. It's already pretty over. I don't think there's much more she can prove. I think if she takes the stand after to question Brandon, it's going to be a very, very clear what exactly happened with Kay. She's just going to kind of be like, so you didn't know. This is exactly what I think Lori's going to say if she takes the stand. She'd say, so you didn't know if it was a bullet? You didn't know who it was? You didn't see them, did you? You didn't see their face? You don't know who or what it was. You just said you saw a puke green Jeep. You said that she's gonna try to find the flaws in his story to make him look bad, so that way he looks bad to the jury as if he is accusing her, and then she's gonna get objected about 100 times. And while she's doing that, her only goal will be for her to say over and over and over what he said. And she will just lay it out as he doesn't know what he's talking about. And she's going to try to pull away from any responsibility and make the jury think that she's innocent. So I felt Brandon's pain tangibly. I felt his pain. I knew it was there. It hurt me to watch. I'm going to turn this on just in case so we don't miss it. With that being said, yeah, this lighting is wild. It's not what it looks like in this office. But the hardest part in the reality is that this is what they planned. This is what they wanted. This is exactly what this group was on a mission to do, was take people's lives so they could have money and not take any responsibility for that. So I'm just grateful for the strength Brandon is showing. I hope that he feels the power that comes from him finally doing this. As hard as it sounds, there's almost a freedom on the other side. I'm sure there's an anticipation this whole time. He's been waiting for this to happen. He's been waiting to testify on his own behalf. And now that he has, hopefully there is some kind of resolution, almost like a part of him that can just rest knowing he did his part. In a sense, he kind of just got it out there finally in front of the person who we know planned it. I want to give you guys a little insight too. I think the hardest part about what I was listening to is just knowing Lori's tactics now and knowing who she was before, and the fact that she was feeding information. And from what I understand, okay, opinion here based off of the facts, is it looks like Chad and Lori and their group set themselves up as hierarchy and parents. And so people would defer to them. People deferred to Lori as a spiritual mother or a mother, whatever you want to call it. And she definitely had, it looks like she had Melanie's ear, and she was able to say a lot of things about Brandon. Now, I want to jump into this, no matter how controversial it is, it's just the facts of what's happening. To try to have Brandon, for whatever reason, for Lori to blame Brandon, or not blame, accuse Brandon of being gay. So that way there was that she was justified. So if let's just put this in context. If Lori convinced Melanie that Brandon was gay, then Melanie by turn would have a reason and a actual justifiable, let's call it justifiable reason to get a divorce. So what's weird to me is in everything that this group did, they found reasoning, which is weird because the thing that they were willing to do was take life. But to do it, they always did support that with back facts. And I think that's interesting because ultimately they knew where it was going, but they wanted to sell the backstory. And so for him to say, I really want you to come to my grandpa's funeral, as any spouse should be supportive of. I'm sure there's reasons why you couldn't make it if there was your kids or some other realistic reason why you couldn't go, and you'd say, I want to support you. To flip that into, I know you're gay, God told me you're gay, and just accuse him of breaking into her computer. I mean, Lori even had Melanie defending Lori. And that's insane. That's insane. Because like, why, what is the accusation of, well, Brandon was breaking into my computer. Brandon was breaking into my computer. I have no idea. Paula, yeah, Brandon and Melanie have 4 kids together. Seems to have been insane that she believed he's gay. Melanie was kind of brainwashed from Lori, so likes the sounds of it. Yeah. Well, the thing is too, you're with someone for a long time. You couldn't, I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what that situation's like, but if you're with someone for 10 years, I think you'd have some indication. I think there'd be some type of like back and forth of wondering. And honestly, if that was the case, why would you bring it up out of the middle of nowhere and 10 years later? And now you want to get a divorce. So what they had to do though was say, this is what this is. Like, they had to come up with a reason why it was justifiable. And that's what's so wild. Now, that's my question comes, how much of this was actually believed? How much was this actually taken for fact versus someone like Chad, who we talked about? Is he a psychopath? Is he a sociopath? Is he someone who's able to pitch other things to other people? And I don't know. I don't know where the top ranking person was. Now, when it comes to Lori here, backstory of what I think has happening here, I think Lori and Chad somewhat equaled out. Lori still kind of deferred to Chad, but they kind of defer to each other here. And then they spread the information down to others, and others for some reason could pitch in their parts. But as far as like superiority, Lori and Chad were like up here above their group, and Chad had set himself higher than most of everybody, right? So I do think that Lori's the one that came after what happened with my dad, Charles. She went to Melanie and tried to do the exact same thing. Only this time they had to do it as if it, like, what did Alex think was going to happen? What did Alex think would happen if he did a literal, not technically a drive-by, but, you know, a shoot and run? I don't even know what you'd call that. I don't know if that classifies as a drive-by, but what did he think was going to happen? Like, I don't understand where they end up thinking, like, you've already taken a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a niece, a nephew. Like, you've taken lives, and then you just think you can keep going. How long did you think that was going to go for? What did they think was going to happen? They're just going to shoot Brandon in his front yard in front of everybody in Gilbert and just drive off? Like, nobody would even think about it. I'll never understand the obviously there's no logic. They're using burner phones with their Google account linked to it. I mean, why would you? I don't understand. I don't understand. And I'm not defending criminals here. We're not defending the criminals. What we're saying is, though, is just the acute observation of there's no way you thought that this was the point. Here, I'll give you an honest insight. I don't think Alex took drugs. I don't think Alex drank. I think Alex was nuts. That's what I think. Court is back on. Okay. Well, we're on the live stream. We're waiting. Let's see. 1:33. We're live streaming from Court TV. So we're tapped into the live from Court TV, and we will continue to listen to what's going on. So yeah, court has already been back on for 33 minutes. We have not been put into. Well, that's the best part, actually. The fact that they're bad at being criminals bodes well for everybody else. And that's the point. At least Lori has no way out of that. Denise, Colby, I'm here for you. Your joy has helped me with my trauma so much. Can't tell you how much this. Okay. How this did for you, your family love. Watch with you is comforting somehow. Appreciate that, Denise. I'm glad. It's good to watch it with you guys too. Okay, I'm gonna go in my little box. We're on delay, guys. Remember. Welcome the Crow. We're here live. So yeah, court's been going on for a minute. Brandon is still going with Trina. Sounded like she said they still have 30 to 45 minutes just with Trina. And then we're going to jump into possibly Lori's cross. I don't know if Lori will cross Brandon. If she does, that would be wild. I'm back in my little box. Appreciate that, Natalie. Fruit Loopy Fiona, good day from Australia. Yeah, the judge looks pissed. You're not wrong about that. Probably. We're going to go back in the case files after this trial. We're going to sit down. I'm going to react and look at, I've never listened to Lori's trial. I've never listened to Chad's trial. I want to know what happened with my family, and I'm ready finally. So what we'll do at the end of this, maybe in a couple of weeks, I'm going to go back in the archives before I move on to other cases. I'm going to learn about what happened with my family. And then after that, we're going to start moving into some new cases and other things. So it's going to be hard, but it's a decision I'm still working with. And I think it'll be worth it because I don't know almost anything about what happened with my family. I completely did not watch court. I couldn't handle it. And the only time I was in court was for testifying and for the victim impact statements. So.
The defendant filed a motion over the lunch hour.
She filed a motion over the lunch. Yeah, if you guys got to stop whispering, huh? She filed a motion during lunch. And secondly, yeah, guys, we are in a delay. Please, if you're reading on X, do not spoil, please. We are behind. We are behind, and we do not want to know everything that's happening in live time since we're watching it together anyway. Okay, so I appreciate you guys. If there's anything that you're reading currently, I know Nate is tweeting, live tweeting, all that stuff. But since we're watching it live together, we'll just react as it happens for us. Another motion. What did she file? What could she have filed in an hour? Judge looks pissed. What could she have possibly filed in the last literally hour that is going on here?
The parties are present, the jury's not present. I guess there was some issue when we had our pretrial conference a couple of weeks ago. You had filed a motion to meet with your advisory council over the lunch hour. That was granted, but apparently you weren't.
No shot. No shot. What happened? Yeah, it just went out on us. Technical difficulties. No. Don't do it. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. They're the main ones, guys. They're the ones that bid to have. Okay. All right.
That should be done.
They
I
fixed
know
it.
there's spots here in this building right behind this courtroom.
East Idaho News has it. They fixed it. All
What
right.
other issues?
Everyone was blacked out. Court TV was out for a second,
We were
guys.
unable to get a hold of my investigator.
Frick her portals. I'll
isn't
shut her
answering
down
the
quicker than a
phone
hurry.
or has not answered the emails yet, so I didn't know what remedy we can take for that. I have an idea, but
Okay, what's your idea?
maybe doing the cross out of order, maybe taking on another after the direct is done, so that I could get with him to get that information.
Do you know if any of the documents you'd plan on using may have already been marked by the state as exhibits?
She sounds like President
We
Monson
could
from
look at
the
them
LDS
and
Church
I
back
think
when he
that's
was the
where
prophet.
you might want to start is
Okay.
if it's already been marked.
It's like
or
this
maybe
soft,
tell the
almost
state what you're
whisper.
Looking for, because if we don't need to wait for things that are already available to us, that would be ideal.
And could we do that on the break or?
I guess what we'll do is we'll proceed with direct of this witness, and maybe we'll take a short break when the state's done with this witness,
Hmm.
and then we'll try to sort it out.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't want to cross.
Was there
Brandon
some
probably at
motion that
all.
was filed over the lunch hour?
Yes,
I haven't seen it. What is it?
it's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a notary in today.
For a change of judge again?
Correct.
All right, well, I guess that can be referred to the criminal presiding judge.
Oh my gosh. She
We can
filed
deliver a copy to Judge Green today, and I'm sure she'll get to it as soon as she can.
another
But,
judge
we'll proceed
change.
with trial.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Let's bring in the jury. Can I remind the
Another.
witness, you are somewhat soft-spoken, so try to remember to get as close to that microphone as you can.
He might have quit. I'd quit. I can't believe she freaking filed for another judge again. You just got denied. You went through all of that. She thinks it's the judge's fault.
All rise to the jury.
What does she think another judge is going to do for her? You couldn't have a more patient judge. No lie. That's insane. Yep. Probably. You're not wrong, Allie. Thank you for your chat. I think that she just must hate the judge. Whoa, Court TV.
When we had broke, we were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole, and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Waite.
Correct.
Were you able to kind of see across here to watch the Jeep?
Yeah, there's you can't see from this aerial view, but there's just like a fence and there's nothing else there. It's just bushes. So you can see almost that whole street there on Waite from where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
Towards, my nose was pointed towards Fry.
So you were able to see the Jeep then continue and turn down this street?
Correct.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
Where did you go? What was your return route back to your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Waite, and I drove down Waite and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway.
Okay.
And then I sat and waited for an officer.
Were you on with 911 during that whole time?
I was.
Wow.
Shared defense. Exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14. When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map, there's only 2 houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that was the distance.
Do you recall ever saying maybe 20 or so feet?
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
I'm going to show, I've shown the defendant exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14, if I can have my paralegal approach with these exhibits. You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps Street and the house you rented, as well
be.
as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to admit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
I'm going to start with 4. In this photograph, we see a police car down here.
Oops, keep hitting the camera.
Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you passed one house and your house is the second house.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the air? Well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the white van's bumper there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper. It was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Correct.
I'm going to use 13 and then 14 to give us kind of, we'll go back and forth between them.
Yeah, so you can see right there where that van is.
So in 14 here, is this the
Yep.
white vehicle you were talking
The
about?
Jeep would have been
Yes.
right there.
And this shaded area between the Jeep and the driveway is where you're discussing
That's
that
really
the
close.
Jeep was parked?
Correct.
And then this is your driveway.
Yes.
The rear of the Jeep was,
Yep,
facing
right there.
Correct. It was facing towards me.
we see two cones here. What do those depict in terms of the location of your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at. and the
Wow,
back of my
dude, that's
vehicle would be
so
there.
close.
That's an estimate. Obviously, we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot and my window shattered.
Thank you, Kathy. That's very sweet of you.
So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down, had you started to turn into the driveway yet?
No.
So you were still sort of straightforward.
Correct.
Okay.
Guys, that's close.
And so the distance that
Right
we're
there.
talking
Yeah,
about
that's freaking close.
is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here.
Correct.
So a little over the width of your driveway.
100%.
Yeah.
When you saw the rifle come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you
Yep.
say you saw on the end of it?
That's a great point.
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to when you're shooting. But this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or I mean, I didn't get a long look at it, but it definitely stood out to me that it looked a little different. I think that's the part that I described was that it was noticeable.
Okay, so it was wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself.
Correct.
Okay. When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized at that time?
No.
Did you understand at that point there wasn't a hole in your window?
Correct.
Yeah.
As you hear that bang and see your window shatter here, is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly
Prayers for
what I did.
Brennan, love to you.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
A lot of feelings.
And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool.
Yes.
God. 100%.
As you are waiting in the driveway here in your car, did you get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car. The door opened, the window fell down, and I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I did. I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car till the police officer arrived. So I'm pretty sure I just stayed in the car and waited for the officer.
Yeah.
So before
She's gonna
the
try to.
officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up Exhibit 25 again.
The first time that I looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit.
Thank you.
And that was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember
Me too.
probably another feeling of shock again, kind of like the first time when someone shoots at you and it's loud and I remember just thinking like, that's really close to where I was sitting. Like it was inches from my head.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 26. Have our vertical approach.
See, yeah, I think Tammy did. I'd have to
Brandon,
look at
do you
it.
recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
that's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
So we see here in Exhibit 26, is this the bullet hole?
That is.
Look how close
And the
that is,
question,
bro.
was it there before?
No,
Was your window broken before this?
no,
And you were sitting right here?
correct. You can't see it as well, but that's.
Yeah, bro,
when you sit
that's-
in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that
Right
level.
there. Right there to right there. I mean, literally. Can you imagine hearing
When you
that right by
called
your head?
911, were you sort of telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that, you told us, as you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Do you tell the operator at one point you were almost out of breath?
Yeah, when I remember when I first called, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like
Yeah.
feeling surprised. Maybe I don't think
Panic,
we have a word
panic.
for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah,
Do you have concern for your life at that point?
yes,
Were you trying to figure out what had just happened?
yes.
Yeah. Panic attack, bro. Who wouldn't have a panic attack after a freaking boom hit right here and shattered your, like, unexpected. You're just driving home. You're going to your house.
As shown the defendant, Exhibit 125, the 911 call. If I could have our legal play that, just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is the 911 call made, what, not even a minute after. Brandon has to relive this
Approach with
trauma.
the Computer.
Yes.
It's a lot of trauma to relive. Yeah, fight or flight. I mean, it's literally life or death, and you don't know what happened. You can't assess the situation. You know you're not safe. Something bad happened to you just 2 seconds
Brandon,
ago.
if you can just listen to that. Have you listened to your 911 call before?
I have, yeah.
You can listen
Yes.
to that and let us know if you recognize that as your 911 call and as your voice.
Yes, this is my 911 call.
Thank you. Under the state will move to admit Exhibit 125 pursuant to 8031, 8032, and 902.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if we can publish that.
Go ahead.
Gee, I moved to a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd, 2019. 9 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where
they're in a
at?
Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East Way, but I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull in my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little off breath. They just drove off. I saw them drive off.
Okay. Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler, had a Texas plate on it. It was,
Jeep
It was,
Wrangler?
yeah, it was olive
Okay.
green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Texas license plate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get the plate. I'm sorry. I got a little
No,
nervous.
that's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
You're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Wrecker.
Okay. Okay. You don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep? Sir?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least 2 because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to go climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay. And then do you have any injuries? Did they shoot at you?
They shot at me, it hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It was loud, but it might have been like a paintball gun or something. I mean, it should have hit me or gone through my window. It just
Okay.
shattered it. It didn't go through.
Okay. Okay. And your window is shattered?
Yeah,
Okay. And you have no idea who these people are?
no idea.
Are you okay?
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked across the street in front of your house?
You know, in front, right on the same side of the street as my house. Right in front, there's a minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling into my house because they're gone.
Okay. Where are you at right now?
In my car.
Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 38
Okay.
East Phelps Street. I'm gonna walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car were you in?
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay.
Sounded like his window dropped when he opened the door.
All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you.
Yep.
Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside wherever you feel?
I'll wait
safe?
out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I
Okay.
don't think it was because my window should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux.
And your phone number?
Can you imagine, bro? I can see him. He's reliving that moment right now as he's listening to it.
Okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Looks like he's coming up Phelps.
You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Correct. I wonder if he's on, there's another section of it. He might be on another section.
Okay, because yeah, his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at, what is the cross street? Sorry, I just moved over here. Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it at all.
Okay, okay. Interesting. It's funny, his car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos, so that's kind of weird.
Wonder
I
if
don't
he saw
know.
the Jeep drive off or something.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one headed towards your house.
Okay.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened, because he's still moving.
Yeah, you don't know what happened, so you're scared, and you're like, yeah, it probably couldn't have been a real gun. Who would shoot at me? Like, he's gaslighting himself exactly like you
So
said.
just out of nowhere, did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw a Jeep, Texas plate, and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting. And then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep, and I saw like a muzzle, and then I heard a snap and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. And kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down south towards Pecos and Brecker.
Okay. And did they look like Hispanic?
And I knew that was the
males,
only way
white
out.
males?
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a person.
Okay.
I knew there was only one way out of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road. So that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Okay. So he's coming from the other way. He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
October 2nd, 2019.
I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that you told the 911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought it might be a paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When you were saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your car itself had been hit?
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, it automatically opened that door, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it kind of stayed together. Like I think the window tint or something held a lot of it together, but also a lot of it didn't. And it was like all over inside my car and all over on the a little bit on the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also told them that you thought there might be two people. Why did you think that?
I was trying to figure out how someone could have been laying in the back shooting at you and gotten into the front and gotten out of there so quick. I was thinking like you'd had to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly. So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
When you drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes.
And were you all the way up here before you saw the Jeep turn on to wait?
I was, yes.
So there was some time actually before the Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So time when you were going through this stressful situation seemed faster to you. And now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn on to Cole and then I had to unlock my phone. So it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on wait.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in
person?
the vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
And then when the Jeep
sounds
turned,
planned.
you're looking in your rear view mirror towards it?
Yes, and then because I noticed it, I turned my body and looked out across.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned on to wait, you were not able to see who the driver was?
No.
In the 911 call, we hear the 911 operator refer to the officer as a he. Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
When the female arrived, you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
And did you speak with her and then walk her over to your car?
I did, yes.
And did she point out this bullet hole in your car?
She did, yes.
When you saw that, what happened physically to you?
I remember within a short amount of time, I asked her if I could sit down. I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Yeah, me too.
Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
Yeah, adrenaline dump. The
What
adrenaline
did
was
you
wearing
text
down.
your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Oh my gosh, bro. Can you
Were you
imagine?
thinking about how close you had come to death?
Yeah.
As you were experiencing all these emotions and trying to figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my 2 business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Did you have to tell them where to come?
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Did they come and stay with you?
They did.
Did you eventually move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot. So yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview
Agreed.
take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
That's my point.
Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer, did she ask you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't recall. I'm not certain.
Okay. When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of your interaction with that first officer?
To be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and I think maybe just kind of got a little bit of shock because it was real when I called 911, but then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window. And, I just, when I saw that, I just realized like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me. And then it was kind of an emotional little bit. Like I felt a little overwhelmed.
When you talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time, when you were asked by Detective Pillar if there was anyone you knew who might want to harm you, were you able to provide any names?
I told him the only person I could think of.
And who was that?
It was 2 people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019, you have already told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
No, didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else that you could think of that would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Did you tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
So during the time you had known her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas?
Correct.
Did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those 2 neighbors and 2 friends, who knew this address?
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona? Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there. Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did
Exactly.
Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
In
Idaho.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I need to take a couple-minute recess to sort out an issue. I'll have the jury retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonition.
All right, guys. We're going to come back to when this break is up. We'll just leave the stream up for you still. We'll grab some water. It's getting hot in here, man. I feel for Brandon, bro. We already know what's going on. She's trying to get rid of him. Can't imagine how frustrated he must be as a judge. Can't even imagine.
All right, you may be seated. The jury is no longer present. Do you have some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
I don't have any exhibits that I need. My investigator has he has the whole file. He has the whole file on Brandon. I tried to get it from him last night, but was unable to get
are there
in
being
contact.
arrangements made? Maybe your paralegal can pick it up from him tonight or someone?
We're trying to do that, exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
100%.
Okay. I'll inform the jury that normally, as we said in the preliminary instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time, we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreaux at a later time
He used to do it
in the
again.
trial. If you need me to contact OPDS to try to get something done with getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to, please let me know before we leave here today.
Okay,
All right,
Judge, if I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
Okay,
because I obviously didn't know this, so if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15-minute recess for the court reporter as well. And just let us know when your witness is here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys, a lot going on here. We're going to take a quick break. What I will do is come right back. I'm not going to be gone very long myself. I'm just going to go grab some water, cool this room down a little bit. Appreciate you guys. Love you. We're going to talk about what just happened before we get back into the next session. And yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. So be right back. All right, guys. That scare you again? Boom, motherfucker. Just kidding. Just trying to just have a little fun. Today's a heavy day. So how's everybody doing right now? It's been a long time. Good to be back. We are still waiting on court. I will put it in a little window right here. We're waiting. So looks like Lori can't even go for Brandon today. Oh yeah, ice cold, baby, ice cold. I love that. Is a t-shirt. That is a t-shirt from that. That is just that's the coldest nickname ever. Also, let me know. I turned the fan on in here, which I've turned off to make sure you guys don't catch any wind. So let me know if you hear it. I'll turn it off. It's fine. But she's not ready. Apparently, her entire sorry guys, jump scare. I gotta figure out a way to should I come in like Lori and go, hey guys, it's Colby. I just wanted to return. You want me to do that? Angela, you're an amazing strong man. To you and Kelsey at this tough time. Can you please post your email? I'd like to share a story. Absolutely. I'll post the email for you right now. Thank you for your chat. ColbyJ@gmail.com. There you go. Sorry. I know some of you guys are working. You're just getting a voice in your head. So back to what I was saying though. Lori's not prepared today. She doesn't even have her file, which means Brandon has to come back for another round of this, which I'm really hurt for him to have to do. It's sometimes things are like a Band-Aid and you just want to rip the Band-Aid off. I feel horrible that he has to do this. And I hate that he has to deal with her at all, Lori at all. Yeah, cross examination. She can't cross him though, because apparently she gave her file to the investigator. He has all the information on the cross. And I don't know. I don't know what her plan was there. I don't know how you're not prepared for. You knew Brandon was going to be the first one. It's already been delayed for days. You just are ridiculous. She's a horrible lawyer. We all know that. But yeah, I don't know what delay tactic. Here's the thing. Let's think about what reasoning she'd have to delay it. And honestly, just for her own sake. For her own sake, just to make this longer, as long as possible. The thing is, she's playing games with Brandon because now Brandon, again, they're going to go out of order just for Lori. So I don't know how I could ask for a different judge when the judge is accommodating the fact that you are telling him, hey, I can't cross-examine because my investigator has all my information. So he goes, okay, that's fine. Then what we'll do is we'll tell the jury that we don't do this usually, but we're going to let you bring another witness up and talk to them, and then we'll bring Brandon back. I mean, how much more accommodating could you possibly be? He could say, nope, you need to cross him right now. You should have been ready. This is your fault. You should have been ready, and get up and do it, because I'm not going to make Brandon go through this again. So it is what it is. Cheryl, she wants to delay. She can complain that she didn't get a speedy trial. Yeah. Well, you can't complain that you didn't get a speedy trial when you're the reason why it's not speedy. You're the one that's making it happen slowly. Oh, maybe her investigator ghosted her. That's a great point. Can you imagine that? Yeah, I can't figure out why delay though. For what? What? No matter how out of her mind she is, there's some sense there in some way of a reason. So what's the reason? Why delay your cross examination of Brandon? Why? What benefit do you get from that? Oh my gosh. You just had me in your head, huh? I'll come in soft next time. I'll say, "You guys okay? It's just we're getting back up and started again." I'm gonna stop doing that voice. That just makes me feel like an idiot. Are they done for the day? No, they're going to bring someone on, another witness. They're going to bring a witness in that's not Brandon. So they're going to pause Brandon right now, bring another witness in, and they're going to start with them. And then Brandon will have to come back just to be crossed by Lori. And then the recrossing, if the prosecution needs to, which Trina probably will, then back with Lori and that back and forth. So this is a long process, especially Brandon. Brandon's your star witness. He's the one that this happened to. And to go back and forth for him, it's going to take him the longest. Brandon's going to have the longest, I think, back and forth of anybody. And so that's why it's really hard, because it's not like Brandon just goes up there for another 20, 30 minutes. Brandon's going to be up there for a while. And it's not fun to be up there having that conversation. Colby's creepy voice. I'll never do it again, guys. Everybody just keep getting scared because I put on the black screen, then people are walking around with their headphone, and I go, "Hey, everybody, hey." I'll say, "Hey now, how you doing?" So we got the drink, and I got packed with the water. Oh, okay. Stand up for the judge, huh?
I'm sorry.
Here we go, guys. We're back. This lighting is wild with the sunlight. I got to get these curtains up today. So they just finished with
All right, you can be seated.
Brandon.
Jury's present. Members of the jury, in your preliminary instructions, I said normally there's a direct examination followed by a cross-examination by the opposing side,
Ice
and
cold.
then a redirect examination. Sometimes we need to do things a little bit out of order. So the defendant's cross-examination of that witness is going to take place at a later time. We're going to take a witness a little bit out of order. Please don't speculate as to why that's happening. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Elizabeth Collins.
I got my pants on and everything. Elizabeth Collins. Oh, sorry. Kelsey saved us. I gotta go back in my box, guys. My bad.
All right, you're going to have a seat here to my left.
Lori does not know how to not whisper in the mic. I can hear everything she says.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Elizabeth Collins.
And do you live here in Arizona?
I do live here in Arizona.
Back in 2019, did you own any rental properties?
I did.
And did you own a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one person in there since you had purchased the home?
Correct.
Probably.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
Okay. No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal, quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreaux?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up what, oops, can I have Valma? Thank you. Has previously been admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this street?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Chris.
I'm going to zoom in a little here. Do you recognize this house over here and this sign?
Yes. So the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically the house right here?
Yes.
Then you indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement.
Yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And then that's the one that you made with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, it is.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 119.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
So in Exhibit 119, we see that you were the landlord. One of the two, I guess, landlords.
Yes,
And then you rented this to Brandon Boudreaux.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So the lease agreement started September 23rd and was going to be until September 30th of the next year.
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on the 13th of September.
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that show the different signatures, or at least yours at that time? And I think,
Correct. Mine and my husband's.
Yeah, we'll see why they called her.
and then we see Brandon's signature as well for the 13th.
Appreciate you.
Correct.
Exactly.
Now, when you leased this property to Brandon Boudreaux, did you include, or was there ever any inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreaux on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No,
How about Alexander Cox?
no.
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
No, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreaux was now living at 3875 East Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
So prior to October 2nd of 2019, once you signed that contract, that was just your information and his information.
That was my understanding, yes.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
Besides my realtor, no.
Perfect. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury?
Her talking in the
See,
cone
you
is
can sit
funny.
down. Thank you.
It's not that she's not doing anything crazy. It's
Go ahead.
just she's had this thing up all day. Poor lady. So many people affected, bro. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. That didn't happen in Idaho from what I remember. but that is a great way to get more questions asked if they're the ones that ultimately make the decision, right? Oh, she's drinking water. Looked like her cone. I'm not making fun of her. I'm just saying. She's had to speak into her cone all day. I don't remember seeing that last time. She's the court reporter. Yeah, guys, I promise you I'm not making fun of her. It's just wild because I don't remember ever seeing anybody use that thing.
All right, so you're going to come on right up here. My clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
I don't know, actually. Owner shade.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You're going to walk around the the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
It's interesting when they call people. I think it's easier to speak. That's way easier than.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Abitamarco.
Can you tell us, do you still live in Arizona?
Yes,
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
Oh no, it's neighbor.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent.
How long had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
It was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street. A mixture of families either living there.
Okay. Had you ever had any problems or issues on that street?
No.
I'd be annoyed too. Called
And you
for no
said
reason.
that it wasn't
Well,
a
not no
through
reason.
street. For that whole neighborhood, I guess let me ask it. Sometimes there are neighborhoods that have that are kind of cut throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like in that way? Was there a lot of traffic of people trying to cut through to get to other thoroughfares?
No, it was a series of residential side streets winding and into inside the residential community.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 3 here. Pull it out a little. Does this sort of show that neighborhood with this being Phelps Street where you lived?
Yes.
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
Correct.
That's what I'd rather do than type everything.
Since you lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes.
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to put Exhibit 1 up here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of little house shapes. Are you able to see those house shapes up there?
Yes.
Okay, so we see this is 3875 East Phelps. Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
3870 would have been on the same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left, looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
I'm sorry, I was on upper, third house in from right there, yes.
Okay, so here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of across and a little catty cornered from 3875?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to show the feds a couple exhibits, 5 and 7. Back in
This has got to be
October
nerve-wracking for him.
2019,
It's
were you
nerve-wracking for
working?
anybody.
No,
Um, Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
yes,
I want to bring your attention to October 2nd of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
yes,
Do you recall where you were going?
yes.
What were you going?
I was going to the EOS gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
How far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
5 to 10 minutes.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes,
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
the driveway.
Okay. I'm going to put up, sorry. If I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7.
Go ahead.
Sir, if you can look at these two photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits. what their
It's scary to
photographs
get pulled up there in general. You're public speaking. You're there for a very heavy reason. He could easily be crossed by Lori. There's a lot of reasons why he would be nervous. I totally
Yes.
understand it.
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
Yes,
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
No objection.
They're admitted.
You told us that when you lived on this street that sometimes you'd see the same vehicles there. Was there any vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
yes.
What was that?
There was
Exactly.
a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibit 5. Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes,
Is that the van you're talking about?
yes,
So this white van here.
yes.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige colored house, and the driveway would be right where you're indicating.
Okay. So this was your driveway right here.
Yes,
Mm.
And so you would often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it.
yes.
On the morning of October 2nd, did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
Yes,
I'm going to put up exhibit 7. In this photograph is your driveway here.
no,
It's one over.
yes,
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
yes.
Where did you see another vehicle that stood out to you the morning of October 2nd around 8:40 in the morning?
Parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes,
All right, so when you say nose to nose, the front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
yes,
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this driveway was.
yes.
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
Yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across from the back of my driveway.
So the tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4-door?
No,
Do you recall anything about the color?
it was dark.
And you said the Jeep was running.
Yes,
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
Yes,
Did that also stand out to you?
yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep before in your neighborhood?
I don't recall seeing it.
I don't know where
So it
Lonnie
wasn't
is.
something you had seen before?
No.
Yeah, I was
Um,
really close, bro.
When you were backing out and leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of that Jeep?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed out of place. And again, being concerned that it was running, not immediately seeing anybody with that vehicle or in that vehicle. And I was under the impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty with dark tinted windows. It seemed a little
She might cross him.
concerning to you.
Yes.
I don't know why.
So because of that, did you do anything as you were leaving?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I left, I backed out of my driveway so that I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles. And I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
No.
Yes.
So in your rear view mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rear view mirror, you were able to see the back of the Jeep.
Yes.
What did you look for when you looked in your rear view mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
So that's sort of the white with black lettering.
Yes.
Were you able to take down a license plate number?
No.
She might cross him.
Do you recall the vehicle itself, if there was a tire on the back of it?
I don't recall.
When you returned home after going to the gym, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. There were a lot of police vehicles and police personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted. And I had to speak to one of the officers, identify who I was, and indicate where I was going.
Okay. Did you have a police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
Yes.
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
Yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
Well, it was no longer there, and I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Is she gonna cross him?
Cross-examination.
She did? I told you. Oh man, look at him. Why would she cross him on? She's gonna try to make it inconsistent. She's gonna try to make it look inconsistent for him. Yep, here we go. If she crosses him, she's gonna try to make it look, ask him why he thought it was out of place.
No questions,
Oh.
Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any questions. You can step down, sir.
Okay, next witness already. It's moving quick, man. I mean, there's nothing really for her to do other than discredit him as a person and say, oh, blah, blah, blah. Glad they don't need a ring. Yeah. They don't really have a lot, guys. I mean, it's a singular incident. They're not trying to try for everything at once, and so they have to only be linear to what this case was specifically, which would be, I'm assuming, the responding officers, Detective Pillar, those people. There's not a ton of
Come on
people to
up right,
call.
up here in front of my clerk, sir. She's going to swear you in.
Brandon's your number one witness here.
So, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Sure, my first name is Nolan. It's N-O-L-A-N. My last name is McDermott. It's M-C-D-E-R-M-O.
Nolan McDermott. That's Detective. That's McDermott.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Yes.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure, my name is Nolan McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
How long have you run with the Gilbert Police Department?
18 years.
Where do you currently work?
I'm currently assigned to internal affairs.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the Gilbert Police Department over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Now, over the years at the Gilbert Police Department, have police officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes.
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
Yes, both in the police academy and then through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Yeah,
Back
she's
in
going to question.
October of 2019,
100%.
what unit were you working in?
I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
And were you a detective in that unit?
Yes.
How long had you been there at that time?
I was with that unit probably only about a year, but I'd been a detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at
That-
3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol officers out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
The point of the crime scene tape is to erect a physical barrier, both for the public to be alert that the police are on scene and conducting an investigation, trying to limit the amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to
Yeah.
process the crime scene?
That's the only
Yes,
thing.
I was participated in that.
Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
Yes.
Who were the other detectives who were out at the scene?
That wouldn't be a great idea.
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Ferrer was there.
When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street, the vehicle, and any items of evidence?
Yes.
You think she'll cross him?
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene, the street, and the area around there?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived? The vehicle involved in this shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
Yeah.
And when you say
Destroy
target
her.
residence, what do you mean by that?
The residence in which Mr. Boudreaux was residing at the time.
That's the 3875 East Phelps?
That's correct.
As you are photographing this scene, were orange cones, for lack of a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was located when it was struck with the bullet?
Yes. Trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon just to the best of his memory.
Yes.
Was the area also looked, or did you look in that area where Brandon had indicated his
Question.
car was when it was struck, to see if maybe any glass or anything had fallen in the road?
Yes.
Did you locate any?
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Okay. Was it similar to, well, let me ask you, when you went to the scene and saw the Tesla in the driveway, did you see the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just adjacent to the driver's side of the Tesla. The vehicle was parked in facing towards the garage, and the window was adjacent to the driver's side door, with the void in the driver's side door where that window would be.
Okay. Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Yes, there was glass shards both inside the vehicle and then outside the vehicle, adjacent to the splintered window.
And did those shards that you saw in the road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there?
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it? What caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a mark towards the top of the window would be, as if it were raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door.
Ryan.
There was kind of a divot, best way I can describe it, that appeared out of place compared to the rest of the window.
Okay. For the Tesla itself, some cars have doors where there's a metal frame around the glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door.
Got it.
The window was kind of by itself, where it would extend or rise up into the frame of the vehicle.
I have minus a few exhibits 6, 8, 10 through 47. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Have the witness take a look at these photographs.
No, Gabby. Sometimes they're very off, huh? A lot of speculation on who could have been driving, right? Guys, this is crazy. I mean, I'm thinking about what they're trying to present everything they can. No wonder it's going to go so fast. We're really going to jump through this quick. That's what it looks like.
So Detective, you looked through exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47. Do you recognize those as photos from the scene on October 2nd of 2019 of the Tesla and the Phelps Street and the area around there?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47.
Dang, 10 through 47.
They're admitted. Did you get the notice?
When you are taking photographs of a scene, putting up exhibit 6 here, do you try to take photographs showing the whole street itself? Meaning not just the one location where the car was or the Tesla itself, you're trying to get the whole area.
Well, yes, that's true. To be clear, I didn't actually take this particular photograph, but when documenting, we were trying to capture the area, give an overview of the scene.
Okay. So in this scene, can you describe for us sort of the directionality we're looking and what we see here?
Yes, the marked patrol unit that's sort of in the center at the very far end of this particular image, that's east of the target residence. The Tesla is on the right side of the picture in the driveway, and it is parked facing south. And those cones kind of in the center, also east of the Tesla and the residence.
Were those cones the ones we were talking about in reference to the approximate location of Brandon's vehicle when he was shot at?
That's correct.
Exhibit 8 here, is that sort of a closer version of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, in your understanding,
100%.
where was the Jeep located?
So the Jeep would be somewhat out of frame from here, but it was our understanding that it would be located kind of on the bottom left of this image.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux's 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here?
Yes.
When you were documenting this, did you understand then, was this meant to be sort of the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle, approximately? And I'm going to put up 12 so we can see a better width of that.
I don't recall if those were marked to present in terms of the vehicle itself and the distance to the front and the back. I don't recall that specifically. The purpose of this was to give us kind of an idea, or at least to memorialize the scene for where we our best understanding of where that Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle was at when the shooting
Which is
occurred.
really high. What's up, Ruth?
In 14 here. So again, this is at least supposed to be approximately where the Tesla was located?
Correct. And this particular image is from the other direction. So, for example, that patrol vehicle that's pictured in the center of that image, that's to the west of the target residence.
Okay.
This
So
is
in this
insane. Brandon's front of
photograph,
his car.
exhibit 14, where
Alex would have
did
been
you
right there.
understand the Jeep to be located?
Our understanding was the Jeep would have been in the vicinity of the shaded area, where on the south side of that street, parked I guess, behind or in front of that white van.
I'm gonna put up exhibits 18 and see if I can. When you were photographing, or when this was photographing, did you all attempt to sort of document some of those little shards of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what we see here in exhibit 18 right there?
Yes,
As well in exhibit 19 here?
correct.
Really, really close, dude.
And you said those were similar to the same type of glass you had seen in the vehicle and around the vehicle once it was parked in the driveway?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding, well, let me see, when you are trying to process a scene, do you get briefed on some of the general facts of the case?
Yes.
What does that mean to get briefed?
More often than not, detectives aren't the first on scene. Generally, a patrol officer would respond to take the initial information, and then upon the arrival of detectives, we would generally get a briefing from those patrol officers on scene with the best knowledge of the information they had at the time.
So did you understand or know the path of travel of Brandon after the shot was fired?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the path of travel after the shot was fired?
My understanding was Mr. Boudreaux proceeded, continued west on Phelps Street to his first available street to turn on, which was
We'll talk about this one later.
Cole, I believe, and he made a right to go northbound from there.
This is exhibit 1, sort of a map of that area. So west would be this direction,
Correct.
and then north on Cole.
Correct.
Did you understand that he eventually then came back, sort of making a big loop to return to his residence?
That's correct.
Now, we had talked about the vehicle itself. As a detective and as a patrol officer, had you ever seen gunshots or bullet holes in a vehicle before?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through the photos of the vehicle itself. I'm going to show you exhibit 21. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, this is Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle. It's parked in the driveway facing south. The driver's side of the vehicle is facing away from us in this particular image.
She would have put
Did
the
you
hit on
note
Brandon
any damage on the passenger side of Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle?
or been a
I did
conspirator.
not.
We see in 22 the rear of his vehicle.
Correct.
Did you note any damage there?
I did not.
Were you looking for damage to see if there were any other gunshot holes in this car?
Yes.
Now, as you got to the driver's side, I'm going to put up at 23 and then 24, did you notice anything on this vehicle?
Yes, there was damage on the vehicle frame, kind of directly above
See it right there.
the
Look how
driver's
close
side
his
door
head would have
and
been
where the
right
window would
here
have been.
to there,
So I'm going to kind of do some closers up. 26.
right there to there.
Yes, the damage, again, being on that kind of the top end of the vehicle frame above
That's
where
insane.
the driver's side door and window would be.
And 27. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, this is just a closer image of that same damage.
The victim had made a statement to 911 that maybe this was a paint gun that hit him. Did you see any paint or anything that would indicate this was a paint gun?
I did not.
Is this the type of damage you would expect to see from a paint gun?
No.
No.
28, and then I'm going to go into
How
29.
deep it went in.
What are we seeing here? We see an A marked on that. What's that for?
That particular marker is just another indication to memorialize the scene. So the prior image was an image without it, and then this image is to mark it, just as another point of reference the damage we were identifying.
As we're looking at this, you were advised, were you advised when you were briefed that as Brandon was driving westbound on Phelps, that the rear of the Jeep was facing towards him, was facing eastbound?
Yes.
And were you advised that he said a rifle came out of the back of the Jeep and then fired a single shot at him?
Yes.
Looking at just the shape of this hole, you said you have seen bullet strikes or bullet holes in vehicles. Did that appear to be coming from front to back?
Yes.
So was it consistent, the damage to the vehicle, to show the bullet had come from in front of the Jeep or in front of the Tesla into the Tesla itself? Does that make sense? Probably not.
The damage I observed and the damage that's documented in this photo is consistent with Mr. Boudreaux's statement of him proceeding westbound with a rifle being pointed towards him, pointed east, and this penetration from
Trina,
that projectile
yes.
is consistent with his story.
Okay. Now, when we talk about trajectory, what does that mean?
Generally, it's just the direction in which something might travel.
In this case, were you able to determine the exact direction of the rifle barrel out of the rear of that Jeep?
I was not able to determine exactly the direction of that rifle barrel out of the Jeep.
And were you able to determine the exact location of the Tesla in the street?
I was not.
So there was no photos or video cameras to show that.
Correct.
So at best, can you say that the directionality of that hole, that bullet strike into the Tesla, is consistent with it coming from the back of the Jeep?
Yes, based on the information provided to us, it's consistent.
Now, as you were looking at this, and we see in 25 that there's no frame on the top part of this door. So the bullet strike, was that actually into the body of the Tesla itself?
Yes, that's a fair description.
So in order to look for the projectile, what did you guys do?
This particular photograph, right below that penetration point, is some rubber molding that was also damaged. That was consistent with that glass window maybe rising up and extending into the molding as probably part of the feature of the vehicle. So we moved some of that molding around to see if we could try to locate any projectiles.
Did they determine the gun? I wonder if they
I'm gonna
determined
show
the
you some
rifle.
photos
I'm sure they
from
did.
that. This is Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
This is some of that rubber molding I had mentioned earlier. There was kind of a groove in there, for lack of a better word, in that molding where it captured some glass shards, and we did find some fragments, metal fragments in the that groove within the molding as well.
So what we sort of see in here.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 44 sort of show what you're talking about, where you're trying to pull out all of this molding to look for any fragments of that projectile?
Correct.
And does 45 also kind of show that search where you're pulling that apart?
Yes.
Ultimately, were any fragments recovered?
There were some fragments recovered. This particular image just documents those fragments recovered from within that molding. That was documented earlier as well.
And were those collected and pounded?
Yes.
State has shown defendant 190.
Hmm.
You can take a look at exhibit 190 and let me know if
So
you
they pulled the
recognize.
fragment of the bullet that was shot out.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the back side, inside the clear bag, is there sort of the paper bag that documents that those fragments in there are from this case
I think that's what they mean.
that we're discussing today?
Yes, the label on this particular bag is the report number reference this incident.
Thank you. The state will move to admit exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection. Your Honor.
190 submitted.
Thank you. Now, as you are trying to recover any fragments, you told us that the window sort of went up into this molding or into the car frame almost.
Correct.
Given that you only
Yes.
found fragments,
They're
was
making
anything
payments on
done
it, but
to
yes.
try to see if any of those fragments or the projectile itself had fallen out at any point?
Thank you.
Yes, we, after kind of learning or being briefed on the path of travel that Mr. Boudreaux took in his vehicle following the shooting, we walked that area as well as the area immediately around the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of projectile fragments.
When we're talking about projectile fragments, these could be teeny tiny little pieces that you're trying to find on the street.
In this particular instance, that's correct.
And now we're talking around a whole block and up to where the pool is.
Correct.
Did you and other officers search that whole area?
Yes, we did.
Were you successful in locating any other fragments?
We were not.
Was a metal detector even brought to try to search across the road and see if you could potentially find any of those fragments?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we did bring one out to try to locate anything additionally.
Was anything else found?
No.
Now, we had talked about inside the vehicle, and I'm going to show some photos here, 32. What were you documenting here in 33?
This particular image documents what I had mentioned earlier in terms of my observations. This documents some additional glass shards that were located on the floorboard inside the vehicle. That's the driver's seat.
Okay. 34, 35. So the window itself, I know you told us was mostly together, but small pieces of it broke apart.
That's correct.
And that's the same type of small pieces you saw out in the road by those cones.
It appeared consistent, correct.
Did you see any other of those little shards anywhere else on the road other than where Brandon had indicated he was when his vehicle was shot?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In Exhibit 36 and 37, what are we seeing here?
This is just a particular rod that was inserted to try to give an idea in terms of a general idea of trajectory. Again, to kind of confirm what information we had from Mr. Boudreaux reference where the gunshot had come from in terms of then striking his vehicle.
Oh, that makes
It's
a lot
really
more
just another
sense.
visualization of that to memorialize.
So it came in from the front.
So again,
Oh,
without knowing, well, let me ask you this. In the back of a Jeep, if someone sticks a rifle barrel out, can they move the barrel at almost
Oh,
basically
man.
180 degrees of angle? Is
that yes?
Who does?
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
If somebody sticks a rifle out
I figured it out,
the
guys.
rear window of a Jeep, they could move that rifle barrel in basically 180 different degrees, correct?
Yes,
And you, because there's no video showing that, you can only,
It's a front shot.
you have no way
Yes.
to know the exact angle that that rifle barrel was sticking out.
that's correct.
That's
So this was
insane.
just to help show the directionality, at least, of how that bullet entered into the Tesla.
That's correct.
And we see the same thing in 38 and then a closer up in 39.
That's correct.
And I get it now. I had a
Now, we
different.
talked about the glass piece itself.
We'll talk
I
about it
have
in a minute.
Exhibit 46 up here. And again, we see another sticker or marker with an A on it. What were we looking at there?
This is a image of the driver door window that was in the driveway at the time of our arrival. As I had mentioned earlier, we had noted a divot in the window itself. This particular image is depicting that divot as we've identified it with this marker that appeared consistent with the damage that we observed on the vehicle. Essentially our best estimate of where that strike point in the vehicle would have been to cause the window to shatter.
So when we look at the other edges of the vehicle, you didn't see any similar type of damage where the window has that divot and the more, I guess it being more broken apart.
Yes, that particular divot, again, appeared consistent with what we were observing on the vehicle. So I didn't note anything different on the window that maybe could have accounted for the damage with the window being rolled up in the vehicle.
Askcolbyj, Askcolbyj. Exactly. Alex is an idiot, straight up. Guys, I didn't realize the front shot. I thought,
After
dang it. I don't want to
processing
cross.
the vehicle, did other officers look for any type of, or did you ever come back and help look for any type of surveillance cameras that might have caught anything?
Exactly.
Yes, we returned and conducted a kind of a canvass of the neighborhood. Myself and additional detectives did.
Did you personally find any videos that on Phelps Street or any of the surrounding streets that caught anything?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you learn who Lori Vallow was?
Yes,
Did you learn that she had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
I did.
Did you learn that she was, in October of 2019, living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that her brother, Alex Cox, was also living in Rexburg, Idaho in October of 2019?
I did.
Through different records, did you learn that Alex Cox was residing at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes,
And did you also learn that Lori Vallow was living in that same complex?
yes,
Did you reach out to local law enforcement in Idaho to help locate and impound that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, I did.
She will not cross him.
When you were investigating this case, had you been advised by Detective Pillar and others that the Jeep, or that Brandon had noted the Jeep had a Texas plate on it?
Yes,
And had you, as part of the investigation, learned that Lori Vallow had resided in Texas previously?
yes,
Were you advised that Brandon Boudreaux had told Detective Pillar on October 2nd that he was aware of an incident in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
yes,
And in contacting the Chandler Police Department, did you learn that that
2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates had been at the residence with Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019?
Yes,
I don't know. I don't know if they can
Did
bring
you
Tylee
then
up.
write up a probable cause statement and send that to the Rexburg Police Department to help write a search warrant so they could seize and impound that Jeep?
yes,
And that Jeep being the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that Lori Vallow had with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
that's correct.
Were you notified on November 4th of 2019
I love
that
it.
at that time Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded the Jeep from 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Not yet.
Yes,
And did you provide that to Detective Pilar?
yes,
Was he the case agent at the time?
yes,
And did you leave that to him to deal with processing the Jeep?
yes,
Without going into what was said, on December 21st of 2019, did you speak with someone by the name of Colby Ryan?
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
December 21st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Is Colby Ryan Lori Vallow's son?
Yes,
Did you learn that Colby had been given Lori Vallow's blue Nissan Rogue with Arizona license plate CRT 2994?
yes,
Were you provided information as to where Colby Ryan had picked up Lori Vallow's Nissan Rogue?
yes,
On December 26th of 2019, did you go to that residence?
yes,
Was that here in Maricopa County?
it was.
Was that in Mesa?
It
We'll
was.
talk about it after.
Who lived at that residence?
I spoke with a Heather Blackmere.
Was it a Hannah? Or
I'm sorry, Hannah, yes.
Did you learn that Melanie Boudreaux was now remarried to Miss Blackmer's brother, Ian?
Yes,
That was Ian's brother?
And did you know that Melanie Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's niece?
yes,
Was a search warrant obtained for that Nissan Rogue?
yes,
And was that executed on December 21st of 2019?
yes, it was.
Were photographs taken of that?
Yes,
Ian's sister, Heather, what? Ian's sister. That's who that house was. Yeah, I'll tell you guys what happened with that. Hannah.
Shown the defendant exhibits 93 through 98. Approach for the witness to review. Do you recognize those photographs, exhibits 93 through 98?
yes,
Are they photographs of that Nissan Rogue that you executed the search warrant on that was Lori Vallow's?
yes,
This is the Nissan Rogue that you had learned about through Lori Vallow's son, Colby Ryan,
That's correct.
and that you had spoken to Melanie Boudreaux's family about that it had been dropped off at.
I'd spoken to Ms. Blackmore, reference that vehicle.
State will move to admit exhibits 93 through 98.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's relevant both because this vehicle is going to be seen in video in Idaho relating to the self-storage unit
Okay.
where items were stolen.
It's admitted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. So exhibit 93, what are we seeing here?
This image is of that said Nissan Rogue, and this image is taken at the Gilbert Police Department property building.
And were photographs of the sort of whole vehicle taken that we see in 94?
That's correct. This is just a different angle, as well as this is a different angle of that same vehicle.
So we see a license plate on this vehicle of CRT 2994
Correct.
and was inside the vehicle during the search warrant. Did you obtain the registration or take photographs of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it registered to a Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox?
Correct.
And we see it was from September of 2019.
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, did you look through it to see if there were any receipts or anything of potential interest?
Yes, we did.
Inside the vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess, luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreaux?
That's correct.
And that would have been from October 26th of 2019?
Correct.
So inside the vehicle that belonged to Lori Vallow was a receipt for a flight for a Melanie Boudreaux.
Correct.
And then did you also recover some receipts?
No, I'll tell you guys what happened.
Reflecting,
It does.
I
You'll
guess,
see. We'll talk
Rexburg,
about it after we're done.
Idaho, or Idaho Falls here from October 13th of 2019.
Correct.
And then October 31st of 2019.
Correct.
And again, Idaho Falls there.
Yes, that's correct.
So inside the vehicle that you recovered in December in Arizona were receipts relating to Idaho Falls, Idaho from October of 2019.
Correct.
Were you also involved in executing a search warrant on Alex Cox's residence in December of 2019?
Yes.
Did you locate Alex Cox's Ford F-150 at that time?
That particular vehicle was present during that search warrant. Yes.
It was present at the residence.
Yes.
And did that have an Arizona license plate of CPQUINT?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that vehicle located in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Was that vehicle later towed to the Gilbert Police Department?
It was.
And did a different detective later search that vehicle?
Yes.
When that vehicle was towed to the Gilbert Police Department, did you then obtain another search warrant to execute on Alex Cox's Ford F-150 on December 31st to allow a detective to remove an infotainment center?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that Detective Tom Olzak?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
The purpose of that search warrant and the assistance from Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Here we go. There's no way she crosses him. No shot. There's no way. No shot she does this. Oh, no way, bro. Oh my gosh. I did not think she'd stand up. Oh, she's done.
It's Sergeant McDermott. Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay.
She's done.
And you said that you've been processing scenes, Sergeant McDermott, for how long?
I've been a police officer for 18 years. I can't tell you exactly how long I've been processing scenes, but I've been in a patrol capacity and a detective capacity
Oh,
for
it's over for her. Okay, no spoilers though.
approximately 16 of those 18 years.
If you guys know
so,
what happens, don't say
I would
anything
have
yet.
been processing numerous scenes for that time.
Okay. And were you a scene agent for this?
I would say I was one of several detectives there who could be classified as scene agents.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned before that it was you and Detective Pillar and
Yes.
one other person.
I had mentioned Detective Ferrer.
Oh, that's right, Ferrer. Okay. And when you were getting briefed by them, what time did you arrive at the scene?
I don't recall. It was sometime in the morning after the call had come out.
And who was there already when you arrived?
There were at least 2 patrol officers there upon my arrival.
So Officer Robb was there?
Yes.
And did she brief you at all?
I don't recall exactly who briefed me, but it would make the most sense that she would have.
Because she was first on the scene.
I don't know if she was first on the scene, but I know she was present at the time that I arrived.
Okay. And so who did you receive your information from after you got there?
Again, I don't recall specifically, but it would make most sense that Officer Robb would have provided it.
And do you recall her indicating that she didn't even think it was a gunshot?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
That she stuck her pin in the hole and said she didn't think it was a gunshot? You don't recall that?
I don't know that, no.
He wasn't there for that.
There was a picture that we looked at that had the one piece of glass in the street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then could that piece of glass have been moved by someone's shoe accidentally from people walking around in that scene?
It's possible.
Because there weren't any more pieces besides one piece of glass in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was that glass in any way, that one piece of glass, was it tested to see if that was actually part of the window from the Tesla?
No.
Could you tell if it was part of the window from the Tesla?
All I could say is it appeared consistent with the other evidence we had referenced that window on scene, but I can't tell you definitively if that one shard was from that window.
Like if it was the same color as most of the other shards?
Right. Her voice is
It did appear
fine.
to be the same color and was consistent with the rest of the shards that we observed on scene.
But it could have been from a Coke bottle kicked in the street or anything else like that.
I can't say that's not possible, yes.
And so did you use the location of that one piece of glass to try to determine where the Tesla was located at the time of the shooting?
That was one factor, yes.
But if it had just been kicked over there or moved accidentally on the bottom of someone's shoe, then it wouldn't indicate anything. Is that correct?
I mean, I'd have to concur that it's possible.
So all the pieces of glass that fell out, would that be consistent in your understanding? Wouldn't there be more than just one tiny little piece if there was a bullet explosion?
I can't answer that definitively to tell you one way or the other. I don't know
I'll have to
how
watch it
the
with you.
physics of that would happen. So I don't know if I could honestly answer that for you.
But logically, there'd probably be at least a couple pieces, right?
Object to speculation. He's already indicated he doesn't know.
Sustained.
She doesn't have a defense, that's
So
why.
when you arrived, where was Mr. Boudreaux?
I believe he was standing maybe outside the front door of the residence. That's my best recollection.
Okay. And who else was there on scene?
I recall Officer Robb was on scene. I believe Officer Bullock was on scene. I believe that was it.
Did you see the friends of Brandon that we saw in the picture of Mr. Boudreaux? When
Yes,
you were
now
there?
that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Now that you've mentioned it, yes, I do recall Brandon having some friends there.
And how many friends do you recall Brandon having there?
She's the worst lawyer ever.
I believe there were 2.
And where were they where were they when you observed them?
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall them walking around in the midst of the scene, like in the driveway?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
So you did not observe them walking back and forth in the driveway?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Did you review the body cams from that day?
I have not.
You've never seen the body cam from Officer Robb?
If I have viewed it, I don't have any recollection of viewing it. So I don't have any particular recollection of watching those body cams.
Okay. Was there any glass in the garage?
Not that I recall.
Did you search the garage?
I don't have a particular recollection of searching the garage specifically. I can't tell you if it was searched or not by any other detective or officer there.
But you did not search in the garage?
No, not that I recall.
And the garage door was open when you were there?
I don't recall specifically.
He's a human being, bro. He doesn't remember every little detail, and the things you're asking don't even make any sense.
And you don't, and with all the, excuse me, with all the reports that have been made, there's no report indicating that anyone searched the garage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned in your report about it, Brandon making a U-turn and following the shooter. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? Is it, I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon, after the shooting, proceeded west on Phelps to Cole Street. He went north on Cole past Waite.
Right after we're done, we'll talk
Slightly
about the
north,
Nissan.
there's a community pool there. He stopped in that general vicinity. And then as the Jeep proceeded north on Cole and then east on Waite, Brandon conducted a U-turn to on Cole to then go south and then east on Waite towards Fisher, I believe is the name of the street. That is that north-south street that runs just east of Phelps.
Exactly.
So after he pulled over by the pool, he did the U-turn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so after he went on the pool, he didn't just go around the block. He turned around and went around the block?
Yes, eventually after conducting that U-turn is then when he went around the block to eventually make his way back to Phelps Street where his residence was at.
There's no
And you indicated in your
point. She has no
report
point.
that he followed the suspect briefly after that U-turn. Where did you get that information?
That was information we learned on scene that I believe Mr. Boudreaux had passed along to officers or detectives on scene.
And you don't know who that was?
I don't know specifically who, no.
And you don't know how you obtained that information then?
That was information I learned on scene. I don't know who, in terms of which officer or detective, obtained that specifically.
But you did not hear
That's
Brandon.
exactly
Brandon
right.
did not express that to you directly. It was through someone else.
I don't recall Brandon expressing that to me directly.
Okay. So in your report, you say that you were unable to locate any projectile anywhere in the Tesla. Is that correct?
We located fragments. I don't think we did not locate anything in terms of a complete projectile.
And were those fragments tested?
No.
Tested for what?
To see if they were actually bullet fragments and not part of the Tesla?
Part of the
There was
Tesla.
no additional testing done. Those fragments appeared consistent with a projectile.
In what way are they consistent with projectile?
The
You mean a hole?
The projectile, in terms of it potentially, in terms of making an impact on something, could disperse in fragments.
Mhm.
To me, they appeared consistent with other fragments of projectiles
Appreciate
that
you.
I've observed before.
And is that something that could be known through testing?
She's blaming Elon.
Potentially, I can't tell you a specific test. I just don't have the knowledge of a specific test could tell, but potentially.
So in our modern world, can't they test things and
I'll
find
tell you
out
in a second.
exactly what gun it came from, that kind of thing? Projectiles?
Checked again, just speculation. He just said he didn't know.
Again, you can answer if you know, but if your answer is I don't know, just give your answer.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
I don't know specifically.
But in your years of experience, have you ever tested projectiles to find out if they were actually bullet projectiles?
Generally, in terms of my experience in testing projectiles, would be more complete projectiles to try to determine if we could learn, just generally, where maybe what firearm it might have come from. But in terms of fragments, I've never personally, to my knowledge, tested anything additional in terms of fragments to learn. That's just been my experience.
And could it be known from a fragment if it was a handgun or a rifle?
Not that I know of.
So it could only be tested to find out if it was actually a bullet
100%.
fragment and not actually a piece of metal from the actual Tesla.
I guess you might have to rephrase your question, make sure I can answer it accurately.
Sure. So the projectile pieces itself that we looked at,
Yes.
they can only be tested to find out if they are an actual projectile from a gun.
I don't know the limitations in terms of the testing to answer that for you
Gosh,
accurately.
holy crap, these
And you work for the
questions.
Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And they generally, you would know as a detective of 18 years, like what kind of testing is available to your department, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, generally.
And so why was it not tested or not looked into further to see what kind of bullet fragments those were? Or if they were bullet fragments?
I can't answer that for you. I can just tell you that no additional testing was done.
Come on,
And
Lori.
were you the one that took the fragments out? That
Yeah.
found them?
Yes.
And what is that process like? Tell me exactly what you did, how you took them out, how that worked.
Yes,
You
simply,
explain it.
my recollection was just locating the fragments in that rubber molding we had observed earlier, and then just removing them and packaging them from there.
And you package them in like an evidence bag or Ziploc bag?
An evidence bag, yes.
And so how long did it take you to find those fragments?
I don't recall that.
Like
He just
more
said
than
he
10
doesn't.
minutes?
He doesn't remember. He's
I
not going
don't
to
know.
speculate.
And then you took those fragments out with your fingers or with a
Yeah, with his
tool?
fingies.
I don't recall. I think in that particular instance, my recollection is they were on that rubber molding, so I probably just removed them with a gloved hand to package them that way.
So you didn't have a tool in your hand or anything. You weren't like, I don't know what kind of tool it would be. So I'm just asking.
I don't recall having any tools to remove that, no.
So you found those 4 small fragments. Is that correct?
I found fragments. I don't recall how many. What I believe there were, what was ever in that particular evidence bag is what I had located.
And then they were put into an evidence bag. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then what happened to them after that?
they were impounded by Detective Ferrer.
So you handed them over to Detective Ferrer.
Yes,
And then where did it go from there? Do you know?
it was impounded at our property building.
That day?
Yes,
And then who would be the person in your department who would send those out for testing?
well, any detective or officer could send anything out for testing.
Okay, it doesn't have to be the case agent.
It doesn't have to be, no.
So you being the person who actually extracted them from the vehicle, you could say, hey, let's test these.
I could, yes.
And you did not.
No additional testing was done. No, that's correct.
And why not? Why did you not request additional testing?
I don't know. What wasn't anything that came up for me to do.
So were you just under the impression that it was an actual bullet hole?
I don't know. Can you rephrase your question?
So you didn't test those because you assumed that it was a bullet hole and those were fragments from a bullet?
The damage on the vehicle was consistent with a penetration mark from a firearm and a bullet. The fragments located also appeared consistent to me with fragments from a bullet.
That's all she has.
That's my observation.
Could it have been from any other thing?
Yes, it's possible.
Like, could you have hit it with a tire iron?
No.
Hit what with a tire iron?
The vehicle.
And make a bullet hole? You
I
stupid
guess I'm not sure I understand
motherfucker.
your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have been hit with a tire iron?
The damage to the vehicle appeared consistent to me to be, again, a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet. There wasn't nothing that I observed to that damage to lead me to believe that it was anything else than being struck by a projectile.
But it could have been something else.
No.
I don't think so. I think from my experience that the damage and what I observed is consistent with a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet.
The court reporter and clerk and staff are overdue for a break. So let's take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll go through to the rest of the day. Please
Wow,
remember
we're
the
still
admonition.
going, dude. It's late. We will take a break. I'm going to tell you guys about the Nissan real quick, just in case you were wondering what that was. But let me wait to see if there's anything else. Yeah, tire iron. Tire iron shot Brandon's car. You stupid. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's not a big deal. It's not like something crazy happened.
We'll be at recess.
Let's just wait for them to actually end.
Do you have enough to go?
Okay. So here's what happened. It's nothing crazy. Basically, when Lori actually was going to give us this car because we didn't have a car. Actually, you know what? Let me leave this up for you guys. So we didn't have a car for a while. Lori offered the Nissan to us. We picked it up at a random house. It was just left there for us. And I don't think we had it for more than a couple weeks. I mean, literally, I would say 3 weeks max. The police department came and asked us about Tylee and JJ, and then they came and they took the cars. They had our full cooperation. there was actually like receipts and things in the car. So Kelsey said we should keep these. Okay. We did. That's how they had those receipts of Melanie's stuff. And then they came and took the car and took our blood for DNA for the car. The only thing that was in the car was some trash, some receipts, and a lot of dog hair. And that was it. So they took the car, and that was the end of that. We never saw the car again, and we had no idea what was in the car. We had no idea what the plan was for it. And basically, she pawned that car off on us. So that's what we had to deal with. Oh, they didn't take our blood. Maybe I'm wrong. They DNA swabbed us, right? They DNA swabbed us or something of that nature, but they found blood in that car, in the Nissan. So that's what it was. It was horrible. And she pawned the car off on us, basically. We didn't know that there was anything of foul play going on. We had no idea what was going on. We were just a family with a newborn, and that's what it was. So yeah, she literally pawned a car off on us. They said that they found blood in the car. We never saw blood or anything other than a ton of dog hair. It was the Nissan. They brought it up earlier if you guys were watching. Like I said, we had it maybe, I kid you not, a couple weeks at the absolute most. So the seats were black. They were covered in dog hair and trash. So we just vacuumed it, drove it around for a couple weeks, and that was it. And it's unfortunate. We can't do anything about it. Obviously, we had no earthly idea what Lori was up to, and we would have never taken it. No, it was not JJ's dog. It was like white dog hair. And it was all over the trunk. That was it. And there was trash. So yeah, it sucked. I mean, we didn't have a car for a fat minute. We were struggling, but you know what? I was young and naive. I should have known to just not trust anybody else, even your own mom, I guess, and just taking care of our family. You know, I mean, I was working. I just wasn't making very much money. So it just sucked. You would think you could trust your mom. You would think that your mom has your good intentions for you. You would think your mother would say, hey, I'm going to let you have this car because I know that you don't have a car and you have a newborn. So I'm going to let you use this car. And that's it. It was that simple. It's not like we could have ever expected foul play in that situation. So no, I mean, it's literally, there's no way we would have known. And I don't think Lori knows that how fast we were working with the police against her. The second they came, they had our full cooperation. They know we would help them in any way, shape, or form we could, whatever information we had, because we were in shock that they were looking for Tylee and JJ. We were in shock that all of this was happening. So it just really, really, really sucks. But I appreciate you guys. We've been going for 6 hours on this. I'm going to run, grab some more water, come right back. You guys can stay in the chat. We're only on a 10-minute break. So if you can, please no spoilers. We never got the car back, ever. We never got it back. And that's fine with me. I never wanted a dump off car. So it was a horrible situation that we were put in. But anyway, we're going to go for this break. I'll come right back. I'm just going to leave this court one up for you guys so you can see it, and I'll be right back. Appreciate you. Love you. Thank you for spending 6 hours here. We've been trekking through this whole thing. So we'll be right back. I literally just pulled up. I literally walked in to this. We got to a point where it was taking so long. Okay, so what I was trying to tell you with Brandon, what I never understood was I thought Brandon was pulling into his driveway and that he was sideways like this. So I thought that he was pulling in and Alex was right there and he shot, but that wouldn't make sense because that was the passenger side because I had it flipped in my mind. So actually what happened is that Brandon was driving straight coming into the driveway. So he hadn't made the turn yet. Right as he was like this, Alex took a shot straight on. And that's why the bullet came in to the front of the car above his head. So if he would have missed, it would have been through the window and into his head from the front. I always thought it was from the side for some reason. That's exactly why it was just one of those things where it's like it's hard to. I didn't understand that for some reason. I had the trajectory in my head differently. That's why it was so confusing. But now it makes sense. And he literally would have. What's crazy is that if Alex was successful, Brandon's car would have just kept rolling into something. They would have just rolled. His car would have just rolled. Or I guess it has an e-brake, so the Tesla itself would have stopped if his foot was off. But that was the plan. He was just going to literally shoot him as he's driving and then just take off and let his Tesla just drive off by itself. No, I was never close to Alex. We'll get into Alex another time. Alex is a completely different story.
Okay. Nothing from the defense.
All right, let me go in my box. This is live right now, guys. We are behind as far as the live goes, but this is live for us, yes.
Medication.
I don't know if they're finishing up for the day. It's been a long day.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, we are on a 10-minute break. Remember, we're on a 30-minute delay, but yes, this is live for us.
All right. Please be seated when you get to your
Yes.
seats. The jury
It's
is
even
present. The defendant can
worse because it was a straight-on shot. So, yeah, Lori was still going, guys, asking stupid questions about the tire iron making that hole, or was it some other crap? Yes. Alex knows better. He knew better. He just was justified.
Dermot, when you got a hold of the Jeep, did you do any further trajectory analysis on it?
I'm sorry, you're referring to the Jeep?
Correct.
I never got hold of the Jeep.
You didn't go to observe the Jeep at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did go observe the Jeep?
Detective Pillar, Detective Olzak.
We will
And were
see.
you ever made aware of any measurements of the Jeep?
No, I was not.
Did you measure the Tesla?
You guys are ahead on East Idaho News.
I don't believe any measurements were done concerning the Tesla.
Like how tall it is, how many inches?
No.
Would you be surprised that it's 68 inches tall?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
He can answer.
I don't know how tall the Jeep is. I'm sorry. I don't know how tall the Tesla is.
Would you be surprised that the Jeep is 66 inches tall?
Objection, speculation. He has nothing to do with the Jeep. Relevance.
He already said he didn't observe the Jeep. I'll sustain the objection.
So the trajectory where you stuck the rod into, we looked at the picture, that was you that stuck the rod into the Tesla?
I didn't personally stick the rod into the Tesla, no.
Okay, you did not do the trajectory testing.
I did not stick the rod into the Tesla. There was no additional trajectory testing, if you will, completed.
It's not.
Were you there when we looked at the picture? Were you there to observe that rod being put into the Tesla?
Yes.
And who did insert that rod into the Tesla?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't me, though.
But you observed it.
I was present when that particular rod was inserted, yes.
And from your understanding, they were testing trajectory. Is that correct?
I think, yes, that's a fair statement. We were trying to get another visualization of where we suspected that the projectile had come from based upon where the vehicle was located at.
So in all of your information that you're going on is basically information provided to you by Mr. Boudreaux.
I guess, can you clarify a little bit more what you mean by all of my information?
So your information on where the Jeep was, where the Tesla was during the shot is all from Mr. Boudreaux. Is that correct?
Mr. Boudreaux provided a statement to us. The physical evidence on scene was consistent with his statement to law enforcement.
Are you a trajectory expert?
I'm not.
Is there one on your team?
I guess, can you clarify my team?
Your department, I'm sorry. Is there one in your department, the Gilbert Police Department, that you know of? Someone who's a trajectory expert?
I can't speak specifically for any of our crime scene techs that the Gilbert Police Department employs. I don't know what their specific training is reference trajectory. I don't know in terms of any other detectives in terms of their specific training. I can't answer that question accurately. I'm not familiar enough with their training.
Okay. So there's no one that you would say, oh, we have to ask Detective so-and-so because he's an expert in trajectory.
I don't possess that knowledge currently to say that, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
That was dumb. Waste of time. You know Trina's going to get her. You don't want to fight a lawyer. I want to fight a lawyer who got you convicted.
Let's talk about the physical evidence at the scene. The bullet hole in the Tesla. Was this, well, let me ask you this. You were asked a hypothetical by the defendant of someone hitting the Tesla with a tire iron or something. Why would that not make sense for what you saw?
As I had mentioned earlier, the damage to the Tesla that I observed was consistent with a penetration point from a projectile, consistent with a projectile from a firearm, just based on my observation and experience.
When you are looking at that, are you looking at the indentation to the metal on the vehicle?
There was indentation on the metal, on the vehicle frame. There was a scuff mark inside the frame of the vehicle that was also consistent with a projectile striking it, as well as some metal fragments we located, which were all consistent with the information we received in terms of a gunshot being fired.
The fragments inside, or that you located in that rubber molding, were those sort of copper colored? Let me find a photo of them 1 second. Exhibit 41. And I can provide you 190 if you need that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I can have my paralegal approach 190.
Yeah, she switched her voice up real quick because she's completely fine and she lied about
Having looked
being sick
at
probably,
Exhibit
or
41 and
was
190,
sick.
Did you observe copper on that?
Yes.
When you are talking about a fragment of a bullet, is that one of the, are bullets often wrapped in a copper around the actual projectile?
Some projectiles can be wrapped in a kind of a copper casing, yes.
So you were asked whether or not anything in this, when looking at these fragments, if they could have been pieces of the Tesla. As you pulled apart that molding and looked through the hole into the frame of it, did you observe anything else in that Tesla that looked like these type of copper fragments?
Inside the Tesla, I'm sorry to clarify.
Sure. When you pulled down that molding and you're looking through the hole, the projectile hole, and trying to find these fragments, did you notice anything else in that area that seemed consistent with these being part of the Tesla?
No.
In your experience in 18 years having fired guns and collected projectiles and projectile fragments from scenes, is this what a projectile fragment looks like?
Yes.
So there's nothing in the Tesla that looks like that, and this is exactly what you see as a fragment in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we're talking about the physical evidence at the scene, we're talking about the actual bullet hole into the car
Yes.
that in your experience and training is consistent with and looks like other projectile holes you've seen?
Yes.
And when we talk about the physical evidence, we're talking about the fragments,
That's one part of the physical evidence, correct.
and those were located in line with that bullet hole in the Tesla?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about what this projectile was from and what this hole, what made this hole, are you looking at both of those things and saying this is made by someone shooting at the car?
Yes, the totality of the evidence is
You're awesome,
consistent
Kelly.
and makes sense with, again, a penetration point from a projectile from a firearm.
When you talk about the physical evidence as well, are you looking at the windshield itself?
Well, we looked at the windshield. We also looked at the driver's side window where that penetration point was located at.
In terms of the glass that was located on the driveway, was that mostly, I'll call it, held together by the window tint?
Yes, there was a film that was keeping the shape somewhat intact.
The shards that you observed in the Tesla, as well as around that window, were they of the same sort of color and some of them of the same sort of shape as the one you saw out in the street?
Yes, it appeared consistent.
You were asked whether or not you searched the garage. Did you have any information that anything had happened in the garage?
No.
So other than there being a garage to this house, the shooting didn't occur there, to the best of your knowledge?
Correct. There was no evidence to suggest that there was anything that had any part of the scene had anything to do with the garage of that residence.
You were asked about whether or not the only information that said this shooting occurred was from Brandon Boudreaux. Do you agree with that?
That was information we received from Mr. Boudreaux, but the physical evidence on scene was also consistent with a shooting.
And did you ever become aware of a neighbor also putting a Jeep in the same location that Brandon Boudreaux had indicated it was?
Yes, I had learned that later.
Did you interview Brandon Boudreaux?
No.
So what you heard
Yep.
would be information either relayed to you in the briefing or later learning through Detective Pilar?
Correct.
You were asked about testing those projectile fragments.
Pocatello.
Did you have a rifle or gun to compare them to?
No.
In your experience, in your training, have you generally submitted projectiles or projectile fragments to try to compare them to see if they came from a gun?
Yes, we have submitted projectiles more completely. I don't have any personal experience in submitting fragments personally.
Did you have any doubt when you saw those that those were fragments from a projectile?
I did not.
Did you have any doubt when you saw that hole, that was a hole from a bullet or projectile entering into that Tesla?
No, I did not.
In terms of the trajectory, you've indicated that detectives, not yourself personally, put a rod into
Sorry.
that projectile
That's
hole.
tire
right?
iron.
Correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Again, as I'd indicated earlier, just another visual representation to kind of show what we believe to be in terms of the information provided on scene by Mr. Boudreaux of this rod being inserted into that penetration point to give another visual representation that it was consistent that the direction in which this bullet came from, again, without repeating it too much, was consistent with the information that we had.
So the projectile, the rod showed that it was coming in sort of, I don't have my pen anymore, but sort of into the front of that Jeep frame.
Yeah.
I guess it would have been consistent with a vehicle being here shooting at him. Let me put it that way.
Yes, the penetration point and the evidence, especially specifically the damage to the Tesla that Mr. Boudreaux was driving, proceeding westbound on Phelps with a vehicle, which he indicated was the Jeep, positioned on the south side of the roadway, facing west as well. A gunshot coming from that vehicle, the Jeep, east towards Mr. Boudreaux as he's driving westbound. That information was consistent with the damage to the Tesla of this penetration point, again, which was penetrating from west to east into the vehicle. That information was consistent with the physical evidence we observed on scene.
Thank you. I have no other.
Or it was a tire iron and a Coke bottle broke and
Are there any questions?
Brandon hit his own car with a tire iron.
Not seeing any, sir. You
Dummies.
can step down.
All right. That's got to be the last one today.
Yet, my
Go
next
ahead.
witness.
Yes.
Oh, they're going again? Wow, I know, right? I did not expect to keep going. It's like 5 o'clock, almost 5 o'clock. They usually call it at like 4. We're 30 minutes behind, so maybe this next one's a fast one. Yeah, my first one, like my last one. And tell them where you get your abs from. V12, it's a fast one. She is seriously the worst. The worst at her job.
Right, sir.
Well,
Come
it's
on
not
up.
her job. I know, bro. I'm a little bit surprised how long
Yeah,
this has
stand right
actually
up
been.
Here in front of my clerk, she'll swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Sure, it's David. F-R-E-R.
Thank you. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Around the court reporter of the ring.
Oh, to make up for the sick time. That makes sense. They got to. I know, guys. The NBA Finals was about to start. I mean, it's OKC and the Pacers, so my team didn't make it this year, I guess.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, my name is David Ferrer. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department, and I have been with the police department for about over 20 years now. Right now, I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, which investigates anything with violence, homicides, armed robberies, and that type of thing.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked while working for the Gilbert Police Department?
Absolutely. I started with patrol. I did that, and then I went to become a school resource officer in the high school, which was a great gig. And then I was assigned by the chief as an internal affairs detective. I did that for 2 years, and then I tested and I made it to the Violent Crimes Unit.
How long have you been in the Violent Crimes Unit?
Since about 2019.
On October 2nd of 2019, were you in the Violent Crimes Unit?
Literally.
I was.
How long had you been there at that time?
I would say since July of that year.
Were you part of the detectives who were called out to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
I was.
When you arrived, can you describe for us what you saw, what the scene looked like?
Sure, detectives get called out a little bit later, so the scene is usually secure. When I pulled up, I recognized that there was yellow police tape around the scene, or at least a portion of it. There was police officers with their marked vehicles in the area.
When you got to the scene, were you briefed or given any information about what it was you were there for?
Yes, we usually receive a briefing from either the case officer that's there on scene or the detective that is right there before I did.
Okay. And what did you understand you guys were investigating there?
What I was told was a gentleman was coming home to his house. When he was getting ready to pull into his driveway, he was shot at. He quickly left the area and called 911.
What was your role at this scene?
He's really sweet. Seriously.
I usually just, this time I filled the
like him.
gaps where it needed to be. So I took photographs. I collected any evidence that was there at the scene, coordinated with the case detective, Detective Pillar.
Trina's the one questioning,
Did you
guys.
work
Trina.
with Detective McDermott?
I did.
And did you ever work with Detective Biggs?
Yes, I did.
While you were there, did you see the Tesla?
I did. By the time I got to the residence, the Tesla was parked in the driveway and the doors were open.
When you, let me ask you this. In your time as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes.
And can you tell us, as a either detective or patrol officer, did you ever have any training on, start first with processing crime scenes?
Yes, I attended the crime scene and advanced crime scene.
And what is the crime scene and advanced crime scene?
Crime scene can mean many, many things, from photographs to collecting latent prints, trajectory, blood spatter.
Okay. So when you saw this Tesla in the driveway, did you observe or look at a defect in the car?
Yes,
I'm going to put up starting with Exhibit 26. Where did you notice this defect?
that was the driver's side, right above the door or the window.
And when you observed this, I'm going to put up Exhibit 30. What did you believe this to be?
That is consistent with a bullet hole or a projectile that would go through metal.
Why did you determine that this was from a bullet?
Well, we look at the totality of the circumstances, what's being told to us, what's being reported. According to the victim here, he said that he was shot at because he had saw a weapon. And so that's what we were taking it as, is a bullet hole. It does have the consistency of a bullet hole. You can see the clean that goes into the metal.
When you say clean that goes into the metal, what do you mean by that?
Well, a bullet is very hot when it comes through projectile. And when it comes through, it can go through metal pretty easily. Depends on the round or the type of, it's either handgun or rifle. This is a larger hole. With the melting around, you can see around the sides. So I would assume with the victim saying he was shot at, that's where the bullet hole would have been.
When you are looking at a scene, are you also looking to the physical evidence to tell you whether or not this is in fact a bullet hole?
Yes, we look at the bullet hole or the hole, see if there's any evidence, maybe pieces of projectile, any type of, could be a casing on the ground or any of that type of stuff. That's what we're looking for as far as a bullet hole or damage to a vehicle.
So in this case, the shape of this hole and the clean that you described told you that this was from a projectile striking and going into this vehicle?
After we found the projectile, pieces of projectile also.
So in addition to the shape and clean of the hole, you also looked to the physical evidence of the actual projectile fragments?
That is correct.
Were you present when those were found?
Yes, I was.
And we see here in Exhibit 40, is this sort of some molding that was along the frame of that Tesla?
Yes.
Just, I guess, a little to the rear of the bullet hole itself?
Yes.
And in that molding were projectile fragments recovered.
Yes, and that is one right there.
When you looked at these fragments, what told you they were projectile fragments?
Well, the consistency of what a metal, I'm not a metallurgy by any means, but this would be consistent to what a projectile looks like after it has been struck, something of hard metal. There's also, there could be some jacketing left on the projectile also. Could be markings, so we're looking for all of that.
Do you look sometimes to see, for instance, if there's anything like a copper on the fragments?
Yes.
In this case, do you recall if there was copper on the fragments?
Yes, I believe there was.
In your training and experience, having worked as an officer for over 20 years and having seen other projectile fragments, was what you and the other detectives found in that molding consistent with all the other projectile fragments you'd ever found?
Yes, they all are similar in shape and size and color.
And in your training and experience, when a bullet hits something hard like a metal, have you on other occasions seen projectiles fragment like that?
Yes. And that depends a lot on the bullet itself.
So depending on the bullet and what it hits changes if it fragments or not.
That is correct.
In this case, though, knowing this went through metal, were you surprised to see it fragmented?
No.
In this investigation, did you help canvass the scene to try to find any residents who might have cameras that might be around to show anything?
Yes, and that's a normal practice.
In doing that, did you find anyone who had any cameras that showed anything?
There were people with cameras, but they didn't catch. Sometimes the cameras don't go all the way to the roadway. It's just to their walkway for their own.
Apparently
purposes.
not.
Okay. Did you help in any way with searching the roadway to try to recover any other pieces of those fragments?
Yes, but searching for fragments on a roadway is very difficult. We even brought out a metal detector to try, but we're talking about a vast area because the victim actually drove away from the scene. So some of the projectile could have been left in the vehicle until he left. He turns a corner, he speeds up, slows down, it could have fallen out. So it was very difficult to find anything else on a roadway that large or a scene that large.
And you're talking about what could be small little pieces.
Very small.
So although you guys attempted to follow the path that Brandon had expressed he'd driven,
Yes, we did.
you locate anything?
No.
As a detective in the Violent Crimes Unit, do you often help other detectives with sort of follow-up work?
Yes.
So if they need a little help executing a search warrant or doing something like that, you might get tasked with that.
Absolutely.
So in addition to helping to work this scene and helping to process the Tesla, were you asked later on in December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Where was that search warrant executed? Where did you, I guess, process and search through the vehicle?
The Gilbert Police Department has a property building, and it's a very large parking lot for vehicles. And there are 2 fully covered bays that we actually can bring our vehicles into to keep us kind of out of the weather.
It's 450
very hot
here
in Arizona, obviously, so it's very hard to search out in the middle of a parking lot. So these bays are air conditioned, and we were able to close the doors, and that's what we did at 2750 East Williamsfield Road, and that's in Gilbert.
So were you tasked on December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken during that search warrant?
Yes.
Shown the defendant exhibits 112 through 118. If I can have my paralegal approach. If you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, I do.
And are those photographs that were taken during that search warrant on December 23rd?
Yes, what usually happens is we'll have a crime scene technician who will, when we start the warrant, they will take overall photographs before we even search the vehicle, before we even touch the vehicle. So that was where a lot of those photographs came from. Once that is completed, and sometimes they search for DNA, they swab the insides of the vehicle. Then once that is all finished, then I will actually go in to the vehicle to search it.
State will move to admit exhibits 112 through 118.
No objection.
112 through 118 are admitted.
So in 112, do we just see, I guess, photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes.
So 113 and then 114, does that show the rear and the license plate of this?
Appreciate you, Natalie.
Yes.
We've done
So
good. It's
it
almost
was
been
a
7
personalized
hours.
Plate CPQUINT.
Yes, and when you first showed me those pictures, I've searched a lot of vehicles. So the first couple pictures show the truck, but once I see the license plate, I remember that license plate specifically because it is personalized.
What is
So in this Jeep,
CPQI?
did you look inside to see if you could find a registration?
It was the F-150 I searched.
Uh-huh.
And yes, I found the registration, and it was all those items that were photographed were found in the middle console in between the driver and passenger seat.
So in Exhibit 116, we see that this vehicle is registered to Alexander Lamar Cox.
That is correct, and that is that truck. We do match it with the VIN.
Okay. And this was from 4/8 of 2019.
Well, that's when
That was printed at least.
Yeah.
Did you find inside a letter from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Did you find inside this vehicle any evidence of gun ownership?
Yes. And in the picture, you can see
And I'm going to put up 117. Is that a closer up of one of the items?
much better.
What is that?
That is a practice bullet. When you're loading your gun, it will help you dry fire. It will, because when the chamber of a weapon is empty, it usually will not fire unless it has something in there. So that's what we use for this type of thing. It's a 223 round, so that means it's going to be a rifle. And this is just a practice round. So you'll be able to cock the gun however it is, and it will load so you can pull the trigger. And that's usually for help aiming the rifle.
And
Appreciate
then
you,
did
Summer.
you, also find some earplugs in there?
Yes, and that's common for when
See
you
you
go to the
tomorrow.
range or
Have a good
even at
night.
the Gilbert Police Department when we shoot our qualifications. We are issued some earplugs just like that.
So he had earplugs for the shot.
And did you impound all those items?
I did.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
What is Lori going to ask?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and start.
Practice rounds and earbuds in his truck. Still in his truck. Didn't he die in like December? So it was like 2 months he left that in his truck? I'm confused. Yeah, Alex's pickup truck.
Detective Farrar, when did you arrive on the scene that day? Do you remember?
I do not.
Who was there when you arrived?
I believe Detective Pillar, Detective McDermott. I arrived with Detective Biggs.
Okay. Did you see Officer Robb there when you arrived?
I believe she was there.
And what did you do when you first got there?
This was several years ago, but it would be normal for me to get a quick briefing to see what happens and what needs to be done.
Okay. And who briefed you?
I can't recall, but it's usually either a patrol officer or it could be the a case detective.
Which was
Yeah,
Detective
exactly.
Pillar?
Yes,
And is it Pillar or Pillar?
Pillar.
Okay. And you don't remember if it was Detective Pillar who was the one who briefed you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. But you were briefed to what did the briefing consist of?
What basically crime we had, what had occurred at the scene, and if there was any evidence on scene to start with.
And did you observe other people at the scene as well?
Yes, there were several officers, and I do remember the victim was with a few other friends, I believe, but they were outside the crime scene.
And where was the victim and his friends located when you saw them?
They were outside the crime scene.
Can you tell us where that was in the neighborhood?
Well, it was visible from the actual house. So
It's real funny.
crime scene was across the road. I'd say maybe 50 yards away from us.
Okay. Just sitting or standing or
I
hanging out?
I think they were just staying there until Detective Pillar was going to go question them.
You had mentioned that Brandon told his story and then someone briefed you about it. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then you took photos? Is that
I
correct?
took, yes, some photos, yes.
How many photos do you think you took?
I don't recall.
A lot?
Why are you laughing?
Don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
What
More
is
than
funny?
20?
Yes,
Less than 100?
probably.
Okay.
I am not sure.
That's really, really wide range.
And then you said you collected evidence. What evidence did you collect?
I stood by and I received the projectiles that were removed from the Tesla.
And they went into an evidence bag?
Yes,
And then they were delivered where?
we take them to the Gilbert Police Department. We have a property room there. We can itemize it and seal it and store it in a locked container.
And someone's in charge of that? It's logged in, I guess.
Yes, every piece of property that is taken in has its own unique identifying number. It's unique for the Gilbert Police Department as Mesa or the other people would have their own unique numbers.
Think so?
Okay, so it would basically
He's not
consist
gonna
of
fall
like
for that.
the log having its number, the name, the date, or something consistent with that?
Yes,
She's trying to be
Okay.
like a sweet person to him. She's trying
And
to
did
act
they
like
remain
they're
there until now when they're here? Or-
having a casual
they would stay in
conversation.
storage until the detective or somebody checks it out.
Okay, and that would probably be the case agent would check them out to bring them to court?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the normal procedure.
And then, do you know if any of those projectiles were tested?
Tested?
Yeah. To be consistent with a handgun or a rifle?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And who would do that testing if they were tested? Who would
We-
send that out?
We would send that out.
So you could do it?
No, we would send it out to a scientist or a forensic scientist of some sort.
Okay. But I'm saying you could be one to say, hey, we should test this.
Yes, I believe so, yes. If we believe there's evidence in it,
Or the case agent could send it out.
yes,
Anyone could request it, is what you're saying.
true.
And did anyone request that?
I am not aware of that.
And did you specifically request that?
I did not.
Okay. You mentioned something about it being large, the bullet hole. How large was it? I had a picture.
Well, you could see in the pictures, I would say approximately, it's been a while, but I'd say approximately maybe 2 inches by 2.5, something in that frame.
Okay. I saw that there was a measuring tape on there that had about 2 inches on it, but it was
Okay.
much smaller than that.
Okay.
Would you say it was more than the size of a dime?
Well, we'd have to look at the photographs if
Yeah, you
have them
can't.
with the-
That's
I can
that's
give
just
you
a
better
complete.
understanding of the size.
Yeah, that's not a question you can answer.
You had mentioned that you had searched for casings on the ground. Is that correct?
We look for casings or projectiles, yes.
Did you find any casings anywhere?
No,
Would that be common?
to not find,
Correct.
it all depends.
Where would a casing go? Is my question.
There's no
Oh my
scientific
gosh. They
way we know which will come out of the
casings can
gun.
go
We know either
anywhere.
right or left, but when, as far as it leaving the gun, it could bounce, hit anything. There's just a million other things it could do to end up anywhere.
Yeah, there's no way you could.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had brought in a metal detector. Would that detect a casing? If
It
you-
would pick up a casing sound, yeah.
And what was the area where the metal detector was used to try to find some kind of metal or casing? How large, would you say?
Well, we tried the window itself that had shattered out around the vehicle, where the vehicle first came in. We walked the roadway
In the street,
in the street, yes.
maybe all of the blocked off area from the police tape?
Yes, and I believe that some detectives might have went to the park, walked up to the round of the park.
Relevance.
We believe that's
Lori,
what the-
relevance. What are you talking
told
about?
us he went to call 911.
Okay. And then did anyone go past those markings, like where perhaps Mr. Boudreaux had said that he saw the Jeep following him? Like that another shot may have been executed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In looking for casings on the ground or in that area, was that search expanded beyond where the police tape was?
Yes.
You just
So
said
would
that.
it go all the way to where Mr. Boudreaux would have said that the Jeep passed him? Looking for further casings, I mean.
Yes,
Okay. But none were found.
none.
Would it be probably in the car since he didn't do anything but
Unless
pop the
you just
gate?
have a couple more, we should probably break and get the jury to the jury bus.
Okay, Your Honor.
Do you have a couple more or should we break?
I have more than that.
Okay, let's recess for the evening. Members of the jury, remember, we're going to
Wow.
start early tomorrow. Please be here ready to go at 9:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m. I appreciate it. Please remember the
Okay,
admonition.
guys, 10 a.m. tomorrow, flat. We're going to set our live probably for 9. We'll set ours for 9:30 probably. Poor guy, couldn't even finish.
You can step down if you like.
Yeah, you are not wrong. There's literally
All
no.
right, everyone can be seated. Proposed language you had about administering.
Time zone, Mountain Standard.
Language, it's the KOP, Tylenol that needs to be brought over.
Phoenix.
You write that down.
I always say that because that's the best way to compare it. Phoenix has its own time zone.
He's gonna order it be brought over.
I'll set the live so it'll just tell you how many hours are left.
No, the jail has to approve it.
So you turn on notifications, ours will turn on, and then we'll
Saying
watch
it's
it
gonna
live.
Be administered by someone from your office during lunch.
That's the nurse, CHS.
Which she just bring it herself, Judge.
Unless it says her name on it and it's on her, then she can take it herself. If it's
That's what
Oh,
they said.
so they can send her with her.
With it, yes, I just
Okay,
forget.
it's order directing CHS to provide her with a necessary dose of KO what?
It's keep on person. They call it KOP.
Okay. that makes
So
sense.
just that she's allowed to bring her KOP with her to court each day,
All right, she
something
can
to that
keep
effect.
On her person, a dose necessary
What?
for the full day to be at trial tomorrow. We'll try to email a copy of that to the sheriff's office as well as CHS. All right. Anything else from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Just need an updated list on who will be tomorrow. I know we still have Brandon and to finish with this witness, but the next witnesses.
Well, obviously, I'll work on that since I have a very different schedule than I initially
Right.
did. I will email it over tonight.
Okay, we're trying to juggle that witness so she'll know.
Your Honor, if it gets emailed over, then I don't get it. I will not be aware of it.
All right. Do you want to give her a heads up of at least a couple of witnesses you plan to call?
Stupid laugh.
Well, that requires me to call people, Your Honor, so I don't,
What's that?
that requires me to call people. I usually go back to my office and contact people. I know that, I don't know how long the defendant's going to take. I usually obviously email after I determine who I'm calling. I now know I have 2 witnesses coming back, so it changes my schedule.
Yeah, it changes a
Okay,
lot.
We have
Yeah.
the detective that was just on the witness stand that needs to be completed. We have Mr. Boudreaux that
Correct.
hopefully can get completed tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea of any other witness?
That's my point, Your Honor. I have to then see who else I can move because now the morning is full. So I'm going to have to check with witnesses to see if they're available later in the day.
Okay.
So,
Your Honor, my problem is that I can't prepare for anyone when I don't know who it is.
Oh my
She doesn't
gosh.
have to technically
Yeah.
tell you everyone that she's calling in what order. It's usually a courtesy to give some heads up. But at this point, I've pressed her and that's all she's willing to do. So you have a list of the witnesses, you know, the potential witnesses that are being called. So we'll be at recess till 9:30 tomorrow.
All right. You got this, Brandon. I know you can't hear me. All right, guys. Well, what an interesting time to watch that. Interesting situation there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get ready for tomorrow. We did a 7-hour stream. Wild. Longest stream in channel history here. You guys were absolutely incredible. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for just everything. Your love, your support, your comments, the fact that we got to do this together. It is just like incredible. You guys are amazing. Tomorrow, I'm going to set the video up for you guys right now after we're done. So you guys can just click on notifications and it will go live. We'll be live at 9:30 when they start, but we will see it at 10 a.m. our time. But the reason I set those lives for you guys, since we're in all different time zones, it will just have a countdown to the time. So you'll know exactly when to do it. So appreciate you guys. Love you. Have a great night. And we'll be ready to go tomorrow again. We'll have to process that one. That was a long day. But again, get ready for tomorrow. Have a good night. Wherever you guys are, be safe. Appreciate you. Love you.